I am. OhaHyou, everyone. Hello. Sorry for the longer waiting screen. Whoopsies.
All over the place today. Just mute BGM. We can listen to the Katawa Shoujo intro theme.
Only been a day. Can't be. I don't know. Hello, Novella. Yes. Just gonna be lurking today, but I wanted to say hi. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoy your lurk and good luck on whatever you're working on. Yes, today is another stream of Katawa Shoujo. Another. Last time, if you remember, we did, Aaron! You're gonna be looking around too. Let's go. You enjoy your lurk. I appreciate it all the same. I hope you enjoy the content we have today. It is, Shizune's Act 3. Let me actually dart over here. Go look through our extras. We did Acts 1 and, well, not all of Act 1. All of Act 1 took 6 hours last time. But we did Shizune's new content in Act 1, so that these stuff that changed, we did some... And then we did all of Act 2 of Shizune. Which included, we were 2 festivals. It was a double festival episode. We also got to see Kenji without his glasses on. He's a Tumblr sexy man. He looks like a... like an incel Seto Kaiba? Maybe the best way to put it. He told us about how we live in a society, so... He's trying to encourage Hoshiuta to go on the Joker arc. Oh no, Tumblr sexy man Kenji! You must accept the fact that he is the Tumblr sexy man. He told us exactly that we live in a society. And we won't be messing around with hockey, baseball cap ladies who won't put the price tags on milk. He told us about his diarrhea, which was way too much information. He's the Joker. Yes. Kenji the Joker's Satoi. If you were talking... He really did. It was... Okay, Aaron, to be fair... Every moment when Kenji speaks is a what the fuck are you talking about moment. He has them all the time. He's got diarrhea. He apparently has constant diarrhea, which I didn't need to know about. I didn't want to know about his bowel movements. But he sat there, well, he stood there. He told us about how we live in a society. I mean, threat literally. No. Treating Kenji as a threat is too much. I feel threatened by this man. He's just crazy. The most he'll do is yell at you. He's a danger to nobody. Except, well, okay. He's like an eldritch being, because he is a drain on your sanity. He inflicts psychic damage. He's very good at inflicting psychic damage. But that's all he can do. Yeah, he told us to put on the face paint, except that we live in a society, and go on and accept our Joker arc. Yeah, that's why I feel threatened. Valid. If your weakness is psychic damage, Kenji is a threat. However, Novella, you do have the distinct advantage of being a member of his arch nemesis class, also known as women. Therefore, he poses no actual threat to you because he is too scared to talk to you. We saw what happened when he interacted with women. He got very, very quiet. So I think you're safe. I took enough psychic damage to didn't think Kowalski from Penguins of Madagascar was once a Tumblr sexy... What? I need elaboration. You can't just drop Kowalski from Penguins of Madagascar was once a Tumblr sexy man. It's like dropping a bomb in the middle of a conversation. You can't just drop it and leave. You have to Elaborate. Because I'm scared now. That's a scary sentence. And I need you to understand what the implications of what you say are. I'm nervous. People like made fan art and stuff shipping the penguins together, both humanized and not. You know, now that I think about it, Kowalski is exactly the type. He has the exact personality that fits a Tumblr sexy man. So, yeah, okay, I believe it. Watch Strange Aeon's Tumblr sexy man iceberg video. Oh no! Where I was dealt this psychic damage. Tumblr sexy men scare me. They're unfortunately true. He is... I'm trying to think of some... I don't know what anime it's from, but there was this guy who just, like, you could, like... I remember the clip. He just, like... someone takes the desk out from under him. He's just still sitting there with his glasses on. And it turns out he's just, like... He gives off this cool stoic air, but turns he's just a massive himbo. I don't know what that's from, but he's kind of got vibes like that, and it's a little bit scary. These are unnerving. These are unnerving things that we have uncovered. I think I remember. I never learned the name of the anime or the name of the character. I just remember that scene, and it was pretty funny. Yeah, unfortunately, Kenji is, without his massive glasses on, a Tumblr sexy man, and this is a fact we all have to deal with. That if he just, like, wore contacts and stopped being... I broke my lurk to spread the psychic attack to you and your viewers. About what I'd expect. That is, valid. Exactly in character. So, carry on. If he just stopped being like himself, he could be a Tumblr sexy man. He could be. Maybe it's all a whole meta thing, and he doesn't want to be a Tumblr sexy man, so this is why he acts like this. He wants to, like... He doesn't want to be the subject of Tumblr sexy man material, so now he wears the big glasses, and he rants about feminist conspiracies and the fact that birds poop on his head and he has lots of diarrhea. Maybe he's smarter than everybody else. He's a genius. The deep lore. The deep lore. Even deeper than Aaron's lore. And that's saying something. However, I cannot go into the implications of Aaron's deep lore because otherwise I will become I will be afflicted with a debuff similar to building the Tower of Babel. Yeah. You will not be able to understand me. I will speak in tongues. He's unlocked the other 90% of his brain and uses it for feminist conspiracies. That is such a terrible use of enhanced brain power. It's really quite shocking. That is... It's an impressively bad use of an unlocked brain. But I do respect it. It was understandable. I've met with an unfortunate fate. Yeah, that's what happens if you dive too deep into the Aaron L lore. For your own sanity, you just want to believe that he is a marine biologist. It is that reminds me, as a child in middle school, I learned about marine biology and like what it did, but then I was like, but what about whales? How about whales? And so I dubbed the term a whaleontologist. It's just someone who studies whales, not a marine biologist. Isn't that marine No, it's Whaleontology. Because I think I thought I was being clever. Well, yeah, whaleontologists, yeah, you know, only the study of whales. Different from marine biology. Let that be clear. It is not the same as marine biology, according to leaving the foundation to become a whaleontologist. Embrace observing, or reject observing, embrace whale. This is Novella's new arc. Yes, according to 12-year-old me, there had to be something different for whales. In my whale arc. On my whale shit. Remember when I said last stream that, you know, oh, it's only 9. Shizune's Act 2 is only 9 scenes. This won't take too long. 2 hours later, 2.5 hours later, we're on hour 5 of the stream, and I'm just finishing it off, almost losing my voice. I'm a smart person. I have brain cells. That's a 5. I love these long Katawa Shoujo episodes, though. Like, I spent my 4th of July playing 6 hours of this game just reading Act 1, and that was great. This is why, though, I don't often schedule back-to-back Katawa Shoujo streams. I will lose my whole entire voice. And believe me, like, if I lose my voice, I'm not gonna have the amazing sexy morning voice that everybody thinks. It's gonna sound like I'm dying of 4 different diseases. It's gonna sound like I have, like, tuberculosis squared. I'll just, like, die. I will shrivel up. I'll shrivel up in my uncomfortable chair and die. If I do back-to-back 5+ hour long streams of Katawa Shoujo, my voice will just superculosis. Superculosis. I'm so mad I didn't come up with that. That's amazing. Novella, your brain is huge. Alright, though. We looked, yeah. Sleight of hand is the act for today. And remember how I said Hanako's route was very, very similar to, like, IRL Megamind for real, no clickbait. Is your head that big? Do you have the turbo noggin? I said last time, or I said a couple times that Hanako's route is very much like a what's the word? A tutorial route. Because you kind of stay in one place around Yamaku. Will neither confirm nor deny. Fair enough, I don't want you to dox yourself. Such a big head might be very, very noticeable. Especially if it's blue. In Hanako's route, you know, you stay very close to Yamaku. You just go into town, really. Like, you go to the city twice, and that's it. I think it's time we, you know, leave the city, or leave that area and go visit other places and see what else is like. And we're gonna do that today. In Shizune's Act 3, Sleight of Hand. Here we go. Force feedback. Let us begin. The following days pass uneventfully and with surprising quickness. I find renewed motivation to learn sign language. It seems that I have a knack for learning sign, so it would be a waste to not do it, and falling behind would be even more unacceptable. Summer break is coming up. Even though I figured that student council work would see a drop-off proportional to how lethargic my classes are becoming, it doesn't happen that way. Every day I get swamped under increasingly meaningless work. Despite how much I want to, I don't have even a free second to talk to Shizune nowadays. Oh, that's right, at the end of the one piece of information that was important. At the end of at the end of Act 2, Shizune became our girlfriend. So we're actually in a relationship now. This is probably important news that I should have mentioned. Every time I look at her, her face is buried in some book of records or some stack of papers that need to be checked over in triplicate. Today, I woke up early to come to school before everyone else, hoping to catch Shizune. She has a habit of coming in first thing in the morning to be more punctual than all the other students. Unfortunately, I think I am earlier than her. Yes, we hugged, and and now we barely get to talk to her. Hearing the student council room door click closed to my right tells me that this isn't the case. I guess I got here just behind her. I enter the room and tap Shizune on the shoulder to get her attention. Hugged, lewd, yeah. Almost had to censor it. I hope Susan doesn't knock down the VOD. I don't think they hugged on screen, actually, so I think we're fine. Maybe she expects a conversation, which is why she puts down the carton of orange juice in her hand. Next, you're gonna tell me they held hands. Not yet. They might do that this time, though, and that's, It's funny that you mentioned it, though, because we're actually gonna have to censor a scene. There is actually a scene that might get me... This is one of the acts that has a censorable scene. Oh yeah, Dovella, you probably weren't here for the... Susan being, like, pre-demonetized. Nah, it's fine. I have the... None of the videos I did the first time I played this have gotten age restricted, so I think we're fine. My censoring skills are good enough. Alright, Shizune voice. Shizune voice. Shizune voice. Good morning. Where's your better half? We are separate individuals. Thinking about it, they must get that quite a bit. I can think of no other way to explain how ready she was with that answer. You're here early. That's good. You can help me look over some handouts. They're going out later today. I came here early specifically to see you without having to do work. According to Misha, being early isn't new for you. It's not new for you either. Are you saying you want to race? Shizune adjusts her glasses nonchalantly, a gesture that belies how giddy she is inside about the thought of having something very petty to take competitively and seriously. I think the smaller the matter is, the more it excites her. I need to adjust my mic soon, I can't see. It's not a race. Do you want to make it a contest? I don't. I almost forgot to add the last part, the most important part. Well, that's fine. There are too many days left in the school year. I'd get tired of it anyway. With that, Shizune picks up her juice and finishes it off. I wonder if she's going to try and shoot the empty container into the trash, but she doesn't. In fact, she seems puzzled as to why I seem so disappointed. I'd better get to the point. I just wanted to talk. Our break is practically here, you know. And we should spend more time together anyway. I was thinking that we could do that over the summer. Shizune's face turns as red as mine must be, and she starts adjusting her glasses flustered. What an all-purpose gesture. She taps her fingers together in thought, considering her next words carefully. Adjusting your glasses is an all-purpose gesture. This is... I adjust my glasses like 10 times a stream. It does a lot of things. You mean like a date? It really is. It's handy. You adjust it with your middle finger, you can nonchalantly give people the finger, you know. Just because we're going out somewhere, that instantly makes it a date? It's not? I want it to be a date. Then it is one. Shizune approvingly claps her hands once before adding on to my statement. But not today. That's the best part of wearing glasses. Exactly. The stealth middle finger is perfect. I'm going away for a week to visit my family. That is an oddly formal way of putting it, and for that reason my interest has piqued. Maybe her family is the prim and proper, traditional kind, living in a giant old-timey mansion with a little stream and koi pond where everyone wears kimonos all the time. It's a wild assumption, but it's fun to speculate sometimes. I wonder if Shizune puts on the appearance of being a calm and mature good daughter like Lily when she is with her family. I can't imagine it, but if there's even a possibility that's true, I must see it. Only a week? It must not be that far of a trip, then. Of course not. They're still in Japan, after all. Really? It isn't like you can come with me. Is that what you're trying to say? Why can't I? It isn't like you would enjoy it. You don't know that. It could be fun. I almost forgot. You didn't answer my question. Are you going to be alone, or is Misha going with you? Does your family know sign? Misha is coming along. The part of the question left unanswered is the most telling. If Shizune's family can't communicate with her, I have to wonder what her childhood was like. She probably wrote everything on that pad she carries around and still produces out of nowhere sometimes. Usually it's when neither Misha nor I are around. I can notice her from far away when she pulls it out like a last resort, grimacing the whole time. If Misha's going, then I'm going to go too. Do you like Misha? It's the principle of the thing. I entertain the notion that Shizune might actually be jealous, but I doubt it. She usually wears her emotions pretty plainly on her face, and I don't see anything that would support my theory right now. I think you're just bored. That's okay, though. Alright, we'll go together. It's what I hoped for in the first place. You can't skip out on student council day to pack your bags, just because you're coming with us on such short notice. It's no excuse. It's okay, I hardly have anything to pack anyway. Shizune pauses, tenting her fingers thoughtfully. You must have come to this school on very short notice. I had my Shizune voice really good last stream, and now I feel like it's really bad. Could be that she's thinking back to the time when she and Misha unexpectedly shoved themselves into my room and caught a glimpse of all my medicines. That was an awkward moment I'd like to forget, and I don't like revisiting it. Oh, no yawning. I napped today, no yawning. The way she tiptoes around the issue even now only makes me more uncomfortable. I did. It was kind of an on-the-spot decision. It worked out better than I expected, though. I hope Shizune won't pursue the matter, and to my relief, she doesn't. My home is in a particularly beautiful part of Saitama. We'll be leaving early in the morning, so be ready. Let's talk about it more later, okay? For now, those handouts won't look over themselves, and you're going to help me. As Shizune dives into her work, pulling me along with her, I think that she seems almost, but not quite, excited to go. Yay!
I actually did want to check what the scene order in this act was. I should just keep that open in this tab I have. I tried for one episode to keep the, Oh, where's Val? Someone get Val. I have to... Gives me time to pull this up. Sleight of hand, Katawa Shoujo. Okay. This is 12. There is one extra scene. We do make a decision this time. We didn't in Act 2. Yeah, someone get Val. This is gonna be funny. Alright.
When Shizune and Misha arrive early the next morning to pick me up, they are dressed in something other than the school uniform I've grown used to seeing them in. I hope I'm not wrong. It makes sense since we're on holiday, but it's still quite jarring. Shizune's dress is sharp and fashionable, almost too much for a quiet place like Yamaku. Thinking back to what she wore at the Tanabata festival, I'm starting to notice a trend with her. All of her clothes are very tasteful and mature, very well thought out. So then I wonder why she herself is so immature. Yes, it is! It is the shirt, let's go! Misha's famous Bush Cheney 2004 t-shirt, worn in 2012 in Japan. Well, at least Misha's clothes reflect her inner self on the outside. Yeah! Oh, I love this one so much. I don't know why she even has it, but yeah. Bush Cheney 2004. Not even long sleeve, it's like a 3/4 sleeve shirt. It's perfect. Misha is, as always, flawless. You know, they say, Misha understood the assignment. As the people who are cooler than me say. You're bringing so little. I said I would. I said there wasn't much to pack. Shizune pouts and rocks her own rather large collection of luggage with her foot, as if embarrassed. Misha only has one suitcase with her, but it's almost larger than she is. She looks self-conscious about it as well. That kind of sounds like... I feel like if... Like, Val, when packing suitcases, would definitely bring about that much. She wouldn't bring 2 suitcases. She'd be too proud to be like, no, the suitcase is so big. I think I'm just going to bring... I'm going to fit everything into this one suitcase. And this is what we're going to roll with. I feel like that's exactly what Val would do. She'd start packing, realize how many things she had, and then be too stubborn to change it. If Val, if you're watching this after stream, sorry for talking about you when you're not here. See, I know Val does a lot of cosplaying, so I don't know if all that stuff would fit in a single suitcase. I feel like she'd get it to try. Or she would try to get it to fit in one suitcase. She would, I could be wrong, though. I could be very, very wrong. Val, be sure to yell at me if I'm wrong. God, that suitcase is as big as a compact car. The pea green color is unsettling, too. It's like something used to transport bodies. The way they look right now makes me want to tease them a little. That's bad luck for you and Misha, isn't it? Having to carry those huge bags. Gotta pack light next time, like me. Everything fits into one little suitcase. Like James Bond. Yes, exactly like James Bond. Shizune gently tugs at her glasses in concentration. We should split the amount we carry equally. Wow, that's a great idea, Shi-chan. What? No. It would benefit us all. Yup. Val's on her way. Aw, she just barely missed it. She barely missed me talking about her. I'm gonna have to say no. You're outvoted. He almost lunges forth as she signs it. Terrifying. Well, I was just kidding. I don't mind carrying a few extra. I just thought it would be fun to mess with you both. We could ask her about it when she shows up. This is true. This is very true. But if you're gonna try and make me carry it all, I'm gonna ride that giant green case down the mountain like a sled. That seems to make Shizune laugh, and she holds a hand up to her mouth to hold it back. It's like she's hiding it. I wonder if she can laugh. If not, that might be why she does that. It kinda makes me feel sad. With that taken care of, we head for the train station, and a very uneventful ride follows. Shizune and Misha manage to fall asleep almost instantly, but I find myself unable to. It's never happened before. Maybe it's my medication. Wow. Uneventful train ride. When we arrive at Shizune's house, it's quite a bit larger than I'd envisioned it would be. I don't think huge would be much of an overstatement. You live in a mansion? Shizune indignantly stands on her tiptoes so that we're at eye level, and frowns deeply, having had my comment translated to her by Misha. It's as if she's saying, how can you even suggest such a thing? This is just a normal house. Nothing as ostentatious as a mansion. I believe our definitions of those terms are quite different then. Hee-chan, are you God damn it. Hee-chan, are you surprised? Do you want me to point out where you'll be staying? I think we have a guest room, but I'm not sure if we have 2. I'll check. It's no problem though, Hee-chan. Shi-chan and I can share a room if we have to. Well, unless hers is being used for something else now. Not sure. I'm starting to think Shizune doesn't spend a lot of time at home. Before I can make a joke of it at her expense, Shizune vanishes into the house and Misha goes with her, leaving me alone on the grounds. I don't want to follow them inside just yet. I put my bag down by the front door and take the opportunity to look around the grounds, just making a quick lap around the house. Oh, it's this boy. Sorry, tiny girl. Even though it takes just a few minutes, when I get back, the first thing I notice is that my bag is gone, and a tiny girl is in its place. She looks a lot like Shizune, although Shizune wouldn't wear red shorts and star and moon stockings. Hi, are you Shizune's little sister or something? No, I'm her little brother. My name is Hideki. Hideki? I'm going with Hideki. It's nice to meet you. The voice that responds is straightforward, monotone, and also definitely male. I feel embarrassed to the point where I can almost turn around and leave right now, if I could remember my way back to the train. Yeah, that sounds right. There's just an A in there and it makes it weird. Hideaki? No, that even sounds weirder. Get the voice. Are you the second person that my sister brought with her? Brought with her? I'm not luggage. Anyway, I'm Iseo. Did you take my bag? Yes. It is my right to keep anything I find on my property. No, it's not. That's not how it works at all. That other one might be right. It's too late now. I've made my decision. I guess even particularly well-spoken little kids believe in the law of finders keepers. Even though I call him little, he doesn't sound that much younger, now that I think about it. Maybe 2 or 3 years younger at most. I gave it to Shizune. It's inside. Are you on the student council? Yeah, how did you know? Does she bring it up often? I almost said, does she talk about it often? That could have been bad. Yes, all the time. Do you get along with her? Get along? That's a weird question. I wouldn't be on the student council if I couldn't get along with her. What about you? Do you two get along well? Even though he has a monotone voice, his face is as expressive as Shizune's and belies how he really feels. It must run in the family. Looks like he isn't happy about my question for whatever reason. I'm sorry. I was only asking because you both act so much alike. I don't know why, but I feel like he's teasing me. Unfortunately, it works. I don't like being compared to Shizune. You're a lot more like Shizune, but that's to be expected. I mistook you for her little sister, even. If you don't want people to make that mistake, you should dress more appropriately. I don't understand. My clothes are perfectly seasonal. What's with the stockings? They are cool. Hideki rules. You act like my sister. Eventually people will start mistaking you for her. Let the kid wear what exactly? Let the kid wear the cool stockings. I guess... Hell yeah, dude. I guess my comment hit him harder than I thought. That would explain this attempt at turning it around. I hate being compared to other people. Shizune doesn't like it when she's compared to others either. I'd thought that Hideki was a little more mature than Shizune, but they have the same competitive streak, an inclination to provoke people. I wonder if he's like this because of Shizune, or if it's the other way around. And neither do you, right? Okay, I get it, I shouldn't be so petty. Especially to little kids. Hideki seems to accept this as acknowledgement of defeat, which is something that I feel like I can't let go. Nevertheless, I'll just have to let it go while I have the chance. I can hear Misha's laughter bouncing through the halls the moment I step through the door to the house, and followed into what I would guess is the living room. It holds more people than I'd expect. Val update her and it's on the fritz. Oh no, Rogers. Curse Canadian internet. Canadian telecom monopoly. End it. Oh my god.
That's a lot of people.
That's so many people. Among them I spot a distinctive and familiar blonde ponytail. I'm more confused by why Lily is here than surprised. Shizune seems just as surprised. Lily doesn't look ecstatic about this chance meeting either. Sitting next to Lily is a tall, androgynous-looking woman in a sharp suit. I'd like to assume that it's her older sister, but I don't want to risk it. I didn't expect that you would arrive so early. At first I think she's talking to me, but it turns out that she's referring to Shizune. I don't think Lily even notices my presence. I've clearly walked in on them mid-conversation, and it looks like with her focus on Shizune, she couldn't hear me. I should have rearranged my entire schedule for you. Shi-chan says, I should have rearranged my schedule just for you. That would have been nice, but I would not expect you to do such a thing. Oh, hi Hee-chan, you're finally here.
Yeah, hello, Lily.
Oh, Hiseo. This is quite a surprise. Akira, this is Hiseo, a schoolmate. Hiseo, this is Akira, my sister. Yo. Garbage! You said yo right as... Are you Akira? Garbage, are you Akira? You said yo at the same time. She holds up her hand in a brief and quite casual gesture of greeting. So she is the older sister after all. IRL Akira. Hope we're not messing up any of your plans. Since we're only going to be here for one more day, Lily and I thought you may as well come with me. Akira returns to me like she feels compelled to explain. I'm grateful you can guess I'm Akira now. You got a cool suit.
Give you that.
Welcome to the stream. I'm glad you could make it out. I suppose my position here would be best described as a babysitter. That was more southern than I wanted it to be. Akira ruffles Hideki's hair as he carries on with his pastime of looking displeased. That is demeaning. Really? Maybe I'll change my title once you get a few more years on you. Or at least a few centimeters. They make an interesting pair, although Akira looks more like a lawyer than a babysitter. I'm still not sure why both she and Lily are here, though. Taking a glance around the room, there are tennis rackets, golf clubs, and even a stack of fishing poles and tackle boxes secreted here and there. Behind every chair and every corner, and under every table, there is some piece of outdoor hobbyist equipment. I pick up one of the fishing rods and play with it. This is a nice house. Shizune, it looks like your dad has a lot of hobbies. For a moment I forget to sign what I say, but Misha's already in the process of interpreting what I said for her. I'm still a little impressed at how automatic interpreting is for Misha. Do you fish? No, I don't know how. I kinda want to learn, as I heard it's relaxing. There is a river only a short drive away. My whole family knows how to fish. If you want, we could go there sometime. You and Hideki can fish? I didn't expect people your age to know, considering it's always seemed like a hobby for old men. You know, Lily is great at cooking. We had some fresh fish. It's not hard to follow Akira's train of thought. If you want to eat fish, we could go to the store. Lily's voice sounds slightly more authoritative than usual. She really doesn't seem to share her sister's enthusiasm for the idea. It's more fun to go fishing. We could even make it like a game and try to see who catches the biggest one. That would be exciting, right? Yeah. Hee-chan, what do you think? Sounds fun, doesn't it? Yeah, definitely could be. Sounds like a plan. I don't know how to fish either, so now's as good a time as any to learn. Yes, getting a fish is messy stuff. This is true. But also, catching, skinning, and cooking a fish for a meal is a very rewarding experience. Her eyes shift towards Lily, who remains unmoved. This sours Akira's smile a bit and makes me wonder why Lily's being so obstinate about this. I don't think we have enough fishing equipment for everyone. We can take turns. It'll be a team battle. What is she saying?
It definitely does sound rewarding. Maybe I'll try it someday.
But yet, it's been so long since I've fished. I live in the perfect place for it. I should try it out sometime. We can take turns. She also wants to make it a contest. Come on, Lily. We may as well make the most of it. So is this going to be a competition to see who can catch the biggest fish or the most? It looks like the older sister understands better, as always. Shi-chan says that she supposed Lily would prefer to go to the store, right? It's much less work, so it's natural that she would. Going fishing would be more fun, though, and save money. Akira, you have the right idea. Akira gives a gracious, if slightly stilted smile. Shizune's praise wasn't her goal, after all. Isn't the river quite far away? I don't think it's that far, and I can drive if we have to. I'm okay with it as long as you catch something. Can your car fit this many people and a whole lot of fishing gear on top of it? She purses her lips as her fingers steadily move, counting up the amount of passengers and the required cargo. If we're going to be taking me, Shizune, Misha, Lily, Akira, and Hideki. 6 people. Damn, my car can only take 5. Actually, if Hideki sat on my lap, we could... I'm not sitting on your lap. Aww. Shi-chan says that her father's car would be big enough. What, the Fuga? If he doesn't mind me using it, then I guess we'd have no other choice. Feels kind of bad forsaking my car, considering I won't have it for much longer. Despite Lily's obstinacy and Hideki's questions of whether or not we'd prefer to eat first than bet on a fish dinner that might fail to ever materialize, there is no way to dissuade Akira and Shizune as they agree on the transport plan. I like this CG. Misha's drooling. I like this CG, it's pretty good. Zune's smirk. My expectations of a somewhat relaxing drive through the countryside are fulfilled. It's cute. Yeah, Misha's cute. Akira's driving is as smooth as peaceful as the surroundings, to the point where Misha falls asleep during the trip. This doesn't track. If you remember, in Hanako's route, it was said that Akira's driving was very erratic. Why can Akira drive well now? What's happening? Val! Yes. You missed it a little bit. I have to wait for a non-CG. But we have a question for you. When you pack a suitcase and you have too much... Well, first of all, do you pack a lot of things? Second off, if it feels like it's almost too many things, do you try to just cram it into one suitcase? Or do you accept that you might need to take 2? Akira's driving is as smooth and peaceful as the surroundings, to the point where Misha falls asleep during the trip. I thought this trip would have been rather too slow-paced for Shizune's liking, but she seems to genuinely enjoy it. Even with Hideki awkwardly sandwiched between her and the door, she just keeps looking out the window and smiling. Alright, we're gonna show it off. The area surrounding the river is quite beautiful. Akira and Shizune head off for the river so quickly that we have no choice but to chase them. We would be left in the dust otherwise. There it is! Your spirit character has the Bush Cheney shirt on. The 8-year-old campaign shirt for him. I pack the bare minimum and try to have as little luggage as I can, but if I need more, I'll take a carry-on bag. Alright. That is not what I expected the answer to be, but that's interesting. She has one massive suitcase. Which is what spawned the question. Her, just a massive, massive suitcase. And it was like, that feels like something Val would do. I guess I was wrong. I can see Hideki and Lily are just humoring their siblings, Lily being the more unenthusiastic of the two. Misha seems as happy as ever, though. Looks like she's managed to latch onto some of Shizune and Akira's excitement. As for myself, I'd rather eat now, but the thought of fresh fish prepared by Lily is appealing. The river is larger than I'd imagined, although very scenic and peaceful. So it would take one if I had a big one, but they're expensive and I am poor. Understandable. That is very relatable as well. I just don't travel places, though. I can't buy luggage, I need to buy video games. Priorities are in order. Absolutely. Who needs a big suitcase when you can buy a rule of rose for $80? Other than a small pier apparently built just to fish off, this place looks untouched by civilization and makes you realize how much greenery I've seen lately. True. Was it 80? I don't remember how much you bought it for. My memory failed me. You have to forgive me. Shizune pulls Misha away so that they can explain how to fish to Akira. Lily and Hideki are talking between themselves, so I decide to join the enthusiastic trio. So which one of these lures should I use then? Can I use this cute little one? I paid oh, that's right, it was like 500. But 500 Canadian is basically just 80 US dollars, right? Because Canadian money's monopoly money. You know. Got my jab in at Canada. Let's go.
I wish it was 80. Oh, yeah.
You have to get one jab at Canada every day.
It is not a complete day if I've not taken a shot at Canada.
Wait. This is a contest. We need to pick teams first. Hee-chan and I will be on one team, of course. Hee-chan, you're going to be on our team, too, won't you? We can be the student council team.
Speaking of, I bought a game chat said I never could.
One jab at Canada a day keeps the polar bears away.
What game did you buy, Val? I'm actually very, very interested in this. I don't remember what chat told you couldn't buy.
Okay. All right, then. That makes me, Hideki, and Lily on the other team. Lily, what should we call ourselves? I don't see why it matters. Team No Enthusiasm it is. Yet again, Akira's best efforts are rebuffed. Shizune and Misha, on the other hand, have no lack of enthusiasm whatsoever. Hiseo, you can be our point man. Please try hard to catch as many or the biggest fish possible. Why me? No one's even taught me how to fish yet. Oh shit, Path of Radiance. Oh, that game.
Oh, that game is so expensive. I think... What is it selling at right now? It's selling at like $200. Ugh. So brutal. Everything related to Path of Radiance is just like $100 plus. $384 for the game and strategy guide. Silver graded for $1,200. Canada's well over $300.
Yeah, it's...
I wanted to play that game growing up, and then... Ugh, it's just so damn expensive. Absolutely ridiculous how much it costs. Just very stupid.
We can do that now.
I also got Tulip. I want to play... Tulip, isn't that... I feel like I've heard of that. Oh, yeah, the little monkey... Oh, yeah, it looked... Yeah, this game seems like it's up your alley. Just looking at it, it feels very, very Val. Yeah, I think they had like something in Smash Bros. A romance game by the people who made Rule of Rose. Oh! Alright, yeah, that does seem fun. I'm excited for it.
I'm excited for any Val stream. It's been too long.
Unfortunately.
After a quick tutorial, Shizune immediately tries to draw us into a discussion about the strategy in a tag team fishing competition. Somehow, competition doesn't seem particularly applicable to a sport where you spend hours sitting down and hoping a fish bites a worm. Soon trademark. Soon copium? No, I believe it. It looks like Hideki got stuck with a spare rod. You know, it's just a string tied to a bamboo pole, right? That means deciding the order, you should go against him.
Why me? All I know about Tulip is that one rain radio clip where he screams, "I kissed a wizard," followed by one of his friends clapping furiously.
Wayne Radio is just more obscure German. This is my take. You have the least experience here, Hee-chan. Yeah, so who's the best here? Shizune? Hideki is your brother. He's probably just as good. He probably fishes all the time since he lives closer to a lake. He might even be better. Facts. You're not wrong. My favorite description of Germa ever is it was post. The exact wording was, I don't know who this guy is, but he seems to be like K-pop boys for people who take Adderall. I can't even refute that.
It's...
yeah. Watching you three makes my head hurt. You know I'm only hearing 2/3 of a conversation, right?
What's this all about? Someone who took the whole weekend to watch Wayner's Cage Radio 24-hour stream.
You right. That does sound fun, though.
Have you learned more about the Kingdom Hearts lore now?
I know that post. It is Very good. Every Germa post is really good. I don't know why, he's just... I just keep thinking of more. Like Germa is the fucking Roadrunner? No, Wile E. Coyote. No, chat. No, chat. I'm not gonna press this button that kills me instantly. I'm not gonna do it. No matter how much you say, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna press the button. Presses the button. I'll cage him. We're trying to. Oh no, our table, it's broken. Give me a second. I'm not gonna press this button. Chat, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna press the button that says it's gonna kill me instantly. I'm not gonna slams the button. He's so weak to pressure from chat, it's funny. Picking our lineup. Akira makes a troubled face. She's getting impatient, which probably isn't too unreasonable. If you're impatient, that only makes me more excited. Now I want to play for higher stakes. What's she saying? She wants to play for higher stakes. That wouldn't be too hasty. We have beginner's luck twice over on our side, after all. The only way you'll be able to beat that is by catching a whole ocean. This is a freshwater body of water, you marine biologist. Oh my god, it comes back. Marine biologists, whaleontologists. The only hint for Hartane from our Kingdom Hearts 3 stream was Monster Inc. World being good, screaming rat when Remy showed up in the fucking Da Vinci twins. Da Vinci? Full circle, full circle. The game knows, it's learning. The visual novel is learning from our speech. A weird insult, delivered with unblinking and innocent good cheer. Akira doesn't seem bothered. She laughs it off, and Shizune looks like her usual mischievous self again. I'm glad they get along. So are we gonna pick teams or what? I'm getting kinda hungry. VN with real AI. This is the real AI, the Somnium Files. Hiseo, Misha and I are on one team, and Lily, Hideki, and you are on the other, aren't you? I suppose that's the most obvious arrangement. Wouldn't mixing up a little be more fun, though, eh? You don't want to fish with your own sister? Well, neither of us know how to fish, so putting both of us on the same team is kinda... Well, it sounds like I've heard something dangerous. Something kind of dangerous. I try to change the subject before Shizune can turn that incredulous look on her face into anything more. I don't have to stop playing LobCorp to switch to AI the Somnium Files too. Exactly, this is exactly the same as AI the Somnium Files too. Absolutely. So I guess you and Shizune know each other? Sure do. We go way back. Akira throws a knowing grin at Shizune. It's not until Misha's finished translating what she said that Shizune gains a troubled face. Akira sure is different from Lily. Aside from how they look, she's much more informal and laid back. Expected Lily's family to all be proper informal like her, so this is a surprise. But I feel like she's easy to talk to. As much as I like talking about catching fish, we should probably actually do it sometime. Would you suggest that there should be a lineup like in baseball? Or should it be everyone at once, or a tag battle style? Can everyone sit wherever they want, or do teams have to stick together? Do we call where we fish? What fish sizes will we be counting? Seeing Akira groan after Misha dutifully transits for her, Shizune rubs her glasses, laughing silently. Never mind, let's just fish then. It can be an individual contest. Oh, I love this CG. It's so cute. I sit down, ready to fish, although I'm not feeling very confident. Everyone else is already sitting, except Akira, who takes a seat next to me and throws her line out after taking off her suit jacket and rolling up her sleeves. Fishing! We love fishing. So why did Akira take off her suit jacket in the car, put it back on to go outside, and then take it off to go fishing? Because that's what just happened in-game. Because they wanted to use the They wanted to use a white shirt for the CG, but they forgot her base form is the black stripes. Just don't think about it. Misha and Hideki end up sitting on the shore and fishing together, as there's not enough room on the pier for everyone. Truth be told, I'd rather be sitting next to Shizune, but Akira seems approachable enough. She needs to maintain her vibes. She's a very vibe-heavy woman. I respect it. Careful there, you're a little close. Don't tangle our lines, okay? So, you've never fished before? No, but I've seen a bit of it on TV. I always think I wanted to catch one of those big fish with a sword for a face. Marlin, I think. If I recall correctly, those are from the ocean. They are saltwater fish. I know that. Why is everyone acting like I don't know the difference between freshwater and saltwater fish? If you aren't careful, you'll scare off the fish, saltwater or not. Akira's voice is somewhat loud between her attempts to both egg on Shizune and keep Lily entertained, so she may have a point. My line doesn't seem to be picking up anything, but I don't know how much of it that is down to Akira. Shizune does her best to relax in the sun and pulls the look off very well, but I can tell that she'd be slightly put off by not knowing what's being talked about. Not having Misha around can be a real problem. Hiseo, what's the score so far? Are we winning? I hope we are, given that I've entrusted you with our team's successes. I managed to do some awkward signing with creative placement of my rod. It's probably close to being gibberish in spoken terms. Like, right there, can't you tell? Disappointing. You let yourself get distracted. You have to stay focused. Should have known. Well, it's 0-0 in any case. Akira chuckles, although it's clear that really took the wind out of her sails. Is it just numbers now, or are we keeping track of size, too? Both. Grading matters. Who's going to be grading them? Are you a certified fish judge? Shizune shakes her head to signify that she isn't. But it doesn't seem like it would be very hard. Tell Misha to stop flailing her hands around like that. It's scaring all the fish away. And ask Hideki why he hasn't even bothered to cast yet. Look over to the two and yell what Shizune said to them. Shi-chan, I think he's upset that he's stuck with the backup rod. Since Misa is largely unable to sign anything coherently right now, she only gets a puzzled look from Shizune for a reply. Shizune just sighs after I translate it for her. Hey, even if you're depressed about it, you've got to try. You could catch the big one for all you know, but you won't catch anything unless you do. I feel that at least half of her encouragement is because if Hideki does catch the big one, she wants to be there to eat it, and having 6 people fishing just leads to better chances of catching something than having 5. The constant awkward shuffling I have to do to communicate with Shizune, not to mention her increasing fidgeting, make me think it might be good to give her a go at fishing. Hey guys, can we switch over now? Sure. Lily? No, please. I have no idea how to fish. I send what they say, given that I seem to have taken Misha's place as Shizune's interpreter right now. How magnanimous of you, Lily. Oh boy. Here we go. I don't bother translating what she says for fear of sparking another fight. Shizune says you should at least try. It might even turn out to be fun. Very well. Akira, how do you use this? It's pretty simple. I wonder how ethical it is to purposely completely change what Shizune said like that. At least it paid off. Yeah, the fishing pole's changed. I think I understand. What bait do you think would be best to use? I'd prefer something that wouldn't hurt the fish too much. You're putting a hook through their mouth. I don't think the bait's gonna hurt them much more. And letting it go... No, don't do that. But if it isn't big, there's little point in killing it. With my hands freed up, it's much easier for me to interpret what everyone's saying. Now Shizune is the one that has to deal with her hands being full, but she seems to take it in her stride. That's so arrogant. Oh, okay, I'll only reel in the big ones too, from now on. What's she saying? Akira just sighs after I interpret for her. No, I don't like that only. You know, a fish is a fish, and you take what you can get. Unfortunately, Shizune can't hear her, and Lily doesn't seem to be paying much attention now. Lily's taking to fishing easily. It is a very relaxed activity, after all. It isn't long before they both catch a fish, and surprisingly, Lily is just as interested in which is the bigger of the two as Shizune is. As the hours pass, it seems like they're even starting to have fun. At the end of the day, we have several good-sized fish between us. Even Hideki and Misha managed to catch one. No one brings up that we were competing to see who could catch more. I don't think that matters to anyone anymore. Shizune and Misha are talking between themselves, some distance away, and Lily and Hideki are doing the same. I decide to take advantage of the quiet moment to talk with Akira. Lily and Shizune got on well today. I didn't really expect it after seeing how they act towards each other in school. She gives an amused snort. Looks like she doesn't take their feuding as seriously as I do. They've got their reasons. Lily and I are going away for a while tomorrow, so thought we'd just pop by. In the end, I'm glad we did. After a brief silence, she stretches loudly and claps her hands to get everyone's attention. Well, that looks like enough to feed everyone. We should be getting back now. Lily nods, but then hesitates. Even with her face clouding a bit, she still looks to be in a better mood than this morning. Akira really seems to know how to handle her and diffused her antipathy toward Shizune pretty well. Today's catch looks delicious. Kinda wish I had some soy sauce so I could just eat it now. I thought you wanted me to cook it. You don't think eating it raw would be okay? Despite Akira's protests, or joking as I can't tell which, we decide to wait to at least cook the fish before eating it. It's already becoming pretty late when we were out, and by the time we arrive back at Shizune's house, it's a good time for dinner. Yay! Cooked fish. I have not had fish in a while. My dad's texting me. He's working the first day of a Yeah, fish is great. I had some for dinner. Ooh. See, Val, salmon's very good. I can't agree with you though. The best fish is whitefish caught from Lake Superior. It's so good. Breaded whitefish sandwiches, perfect. Flawless. The best. Salmon pink. Yeah, but whitefish good. Salmon is good, but haddock is pretty good too. Yeah, I just haven't had enough fish. Sad to say, but yeah, I don't get it enough. I don't have enough time to cook it. Maybe soon. Maybe soon I'll start cooking more fish. I'll post it on Twitter too. It's the best part of I don't know what I'm trying to say. Use mentioned distinction. What scene do I have to be looking out for? I have to be looking out for closer. It's good in air fryer. Fair enough. Some of my pills spilled all over the bottom of my bag, which I didn't realize until minutes before I was set to go to bed last night. I spent quite a bit of time scraping them out of my luggage. By the time I get up, I'm already starting the day with a migraine from a combination of trouble falling asleep and waking up late. When I step in the living room, Hideki is there finishing up his breakfast. His fork raised midway to his mouth, he seems unsure whether he should continue eating or greet me. Maybe I should back out of the room. Aside from sushi, fish I've only eaten salmon and haddock. Okay. Yeah, I haven't had sushi in a while either. I talked about that sushi place a while ago. It closed down. That entire little area that had a bunch of stuff that all just closed. It's all up for lease now. I'm so sad. Oh well. Good morning. Hideki voice. No, it does. I'm so sad. It was so good. Morning. What do you think we should have for breakfast? We? Aren't you eating breakfast right now? Yes, everyone else ate already. Despite that, he repeats his question again. He's just trying to be nice. It's an odd way to show it, but I appreciate it nonetheless, and I'm feeling pretty hungry. I try to make some conversation with him while I'm getting my breakfast to fill in the silence. That fishing trip yesterday was fun. Do the Hakamichis and Satois often get together like that? Now you got me craving the eel sushi from the place near me. Oh no, I have activated the food cravings. Yeah, not really. I see. I don't, really. There's a brief pause before Hideki deigns to fill me in a little more. Family issues. Our fathers are brothers-in-law and do not like each other. Hearing that gives me plenty to think about. It puts the way Shizune and Lily deal with each other into context, and makes me even more wary of getting involved. Family issues can be troublesome. Hideki simply nods as I sit at the table with my breakfast. I wish you were a little easier to converse with. While I'm eating, I notice that the house seems oddly quiet for a place with Misha in it. If Shizune and Misha ate breakfast already, it can't be because they're asleep. I ask Hideki where they are. Shizune and Misha left to run some errands for our dad. The local business people love dealing with Misha, so he insisted. Well, she's got a nice and cheerful personality. I can see why they would. Maybe you should start taking lessons from her. You can increase your business connections. Are you serious? He sounds serious. I don't know what kind of business connections a little kid would ever need. Maybe he wants to have the best bake sale fundraiser ever. It's a shame I'll eventually have to leave here and won't be around to see whatever he's planning. I wonder what kind of person Shizune's dad is again, other than relatively outdoorsy. What I know so far is that he asks his business partners and friends of his daughter to do favors for him. I'm assuming he's extremely shy or extremely lazy. Maybe it's a rude call to make so early, but it would certainly explain a large chunk of Shizune's personality. Do you want to go anywhere? Not really. Why, do you? I thought there might be somewhere you would want to go. You don't want to do some sightseeing or eat at a specific restaurant? I don't know, I've never been here before. I see. I was just about to ask him about what Shizune was like when she was younger, but he's managed to sidetrack me with just one question. This appears to be as awkward a conversation for him as it is for me. You're sure eager to please today. Are you being so nice? Are you showing your secret nice side now that your sister isn't around? You're sort of right. Shizune wanted me to keep you company today. I don't want to trouble him and try to make him see that, but Hideki is as stubborn as his sister. It feels as if this is his duty. He also seems to be earnestly trying. The repeated words are throwing me off. He also seems to be earnestly trying to be nice. Quickly, I start to realize that Hideki's idea of fun is fishing, collecting cameras, and making esoteric puns. Fishing is fun, but it's something I would rather do than discuss. Same goes for cameras. I'd rather handle them than collect them. This is something Hideki picks up on himself. Are you bored? I'm not bored at all. I almost yawn the words so Hideki ignores them entirely. You are bored. Shizune said to be entertaining, and I think I don't know how to do that. I am entertained. You don't sound entertained. I am. Why do you yell? I hope you do not yell so much around Shizune. It's hard to tell if he's joking. Either way, I'm a bit surprised. I try to play it off and change the subject. Do you just collect cameras, or are you into photography too? Not really. If I did, there would be more photos in this house than there currently are. What is there to take pictures of? I don't know. Birds, architecture, one of those restaurants you were talking about. Thought the city had tons of cool stuff. How can you live in a place with much to do and do nothing? I thought you didn't know what there was to do here. Suddenly you have many ideas and are an authority on how interesting it is. You are like our board of tourism. Do you want to go watch birds or buildings? Okay, no need to get so mad. I'm not mad. I just think that if you feel that strongly about it, then we should go to an amusement park. Why? So that you can be amused. It'll be fun. Will he have the same flat, unfun expression on his face while we're riding roller coasters and drop towers? It would sure bring the fun levels down. The thought does not convince me that it's worth the trip. I don't know, it always sounded to me like going to an amusement park meant you'd spend more time waiting in lines than actually doing stuff. You have to go earlier than this just to skip the lines. Have you ever been to one? No, but it seems like that is what it's like. Fine, what about a regular park? There's one nearby that Shizune likes going to. Maybe she'll be there, and I can unload you onto her. What do you mean unload? I'm not luggage. You don't want to go to an amusement park. I don't know what to do. It looks as though I've hurt his feelings by refusing to go with him. I am already rationalizing my decision. I don't like waiting in lines. It would be too much like a date. I'd rather go with Shizune. It would be too tiring. It's nothing personal, it's just that I kind of wanted Shizune to show me around town instead. And I don't think that with my condition, going to an amusement park would be such a hot idea. Yeah, that was my first thought too. Maybe don't go on a roller coaster with a heart condition. The park is close enough that their property could almost be considered an extension of it. Both it and Shizune's backyard look about the same, except that the park has benches and more people. Yeah, that sounds like a recipe for disaster. Sounds like a recipe for a good old heart attack. So yeah, maybe not. That said, it's quite nice. There are even people out walking their dogs and children flying kites that can be seen lazily drifting back and forth over trees in the distance. I could sit here in a relaxing and scenic place like this forever. Hideki, on the other hand, looks like he's extremely bored. I want to poke him to see if he's still alive, but would he react either way? Are you bored? No. Are you going to jog or play frisbee with dogs like everyone else? Is that what people do in parks? Well, you go to parks to get back to nature and enjoy the atmosphere. That's why you jog in the park instead of just on the sidewalk or something. You can jog anywhere. Can't believe I am having this conversation. How can you not know this? You shouldn't have brought that up. It's too weird. Haven't you ever heard of children should be seen and not heard? These... Why is he so aggressive? This feels unnecessary. Yes. I lied, I'm bored. Would you like to play a game? I groan audibly enough to hope that he understands that I don't want to. He doesn't care. In fact, he's already toying with a deck of playing cards. Why are you upset? That is why we are here. Be nice to the child, he's doing his best. Be nice to the socially awkward child. Thought we were here to look for Shizune. Exactly. That is why we should play a game. It's a Shizune trap. You can trap everything, anything, including people. If we compete against each other in the spirit of competition, and in a sportsmanly manner, she will be drawn here to challenge the winner, like a shark. Then I will defeat her like a safari hunter. Then take a photo of the award ceremony. Sharks do not go around challenging people to games of chance like dojo breakers. When did you bring that camera? Anyway, no, I get enough games hanging out with your sister. No, come on, it will be fun. We can play chess. Please, no. Besides, playing chess in the park is something old people do, like fishing. You're gonna get old too fast if you keep doing all this old man stuff. Hideki freezes like I've suddenly started speaking a foreign language. Maybe I've offended him again. Maybe he's secretly 50 years old and has just aged incredibly well. Him being Shizune's brother could be a cover story. I find that unlikely. What about checkers or Go? Or even Bakuman is fine, even though I don't like it. If board games aren't for you, we can play card games. Anything other than 7-card, because it is for wimps. Are you afraid that you'll lose? If you can beat me, I'll give you candy. Hideki, you're just like Shizune. I'm starting to think this is all a pretense to play games. No, that is not true. You are. I bet that competitive streak is genetic. I'll sell you to science. Sevens is my favorite card game. I've never played it. I used to play Garbage.
That was the card game I always played. Because it was all I really knew. It's fun though. I remember I got really good at it.
No one can own a human being. How about I teach you some sign language instead? When Shizune asked me if I wanted to come here, we talked a little and it seemed like you and your dad don't use sign language. I'm just guessing, but if you don't, I could teach you some. I'm not a master at it, though. Sevens is a clubhouse game. Oh, wait! I do remember that now. And I remember they used to play War a lot, which is a card game that just never ends. Yeah. It's also pure luck. I think it might be good for you to move your arms more anyway. He barely moves his arms. Most of the time they just hang limply at his sides. How unnerving. It's been bothering me that Shizune's entire family apparently doesn't know how to sign. I'm gonna go have fun with the stream. No problem, Novella. Thanks for stopping by. And talking about Tumblr Sexy Man, it was a conversation that occurred. I wonder what she did before she met Misha. Did they just hire translators for her? Did she write out everything on that pad she carries around? The second is the most unlikely, or she could type it out on a phone. That would explain why she dislikes using the pad so much. Sad as it is, I can sort of see why Hideki or her dad might not have bothered to learn sign language. Probably was too much of a hassle at the time. It's very easy to think that. For what I've seen so far, though, neither of them hold it against each other or are too badly affected by it. It could be that I'm overthinking the situation. Come on, well, to be honest, I'm still learning sign language myself. I brought all my books along with me so I can keep up, you know. Still, I can at least teach you the alphabet. It's pretty simple. This is kite. I feel really corny right now, and even more so when Hideki stares back at me blankly as if the entire concept of learning is alien to him. Tsuzune liked flying kites here as well. This is his attempt to salvage the conversation, and I'm happy to oblige. Fishing and now kites too? Shizune really likes all these relaxing hobbies. Fighter kites, actually about Shizune. Hideki freezes, Misha appears behind him and puts her hands over his eyes. Hi hi! Guess who? He seemed to finally be loosening up too. Hi, Misha. Is Shizune with you? Hee-chan, no spoilers! Don't spoil it, don't ruin the surprise, okay? Misha. Bingo, that's right. But it was too easy somehow. I don't know what she means by somehow. Too many people can tell it's me. I want to surprise someone. I thought for sure that Hideki would be fooled. Why weren't you, You are the only person who does that. You and kidnappers. Really? Why do you laugh? Are you giving Hiseo trouble? I thought you would take him somewhere more exciting than the park. It isn't even that far from home. You are so lazy. Hideki, are you giving Hee-chan trouble? You should have taken him somewhere more exciting. The park is too close to home. Shi-chan says you're lazy. He wanted to come here. Why are you so argumentative?
Oh, my voices are like blending together. Oh.
I have to keep my little brother in line. What is she saying? You must be kept in line. Really? They're ready to go at each other's throats this quickly. On the one hand, I've heard that siblings fighting so much isn't uncommon, and the fact that they fight at all proves there has to be some level of communication going on. So it's nice that they get along. They argue all the way back home. Misha translates for Shizune, and I for Hideki. So it looks more like we're the ones arguing instead, except not really. Nobody could listen to Misha and believe that. The day got entertaining in the end, at least.
And I think I'm gonna go use the bathroom
Before the next scene.
What is the next scene? Is this family plot or pangrammatic window?
This is family plot. Got it. Ba-doop, ba-doop, ba-doop. Alright, I'll be back.
we back.
Oh, I'm gonna sleep in so much tomorrow. Despite having only been here for 2 days, it feels like it's been much longer. I wake up feeling more tired than refreshed. Maybe because I've been moving around almost constantly since I got here. Whatever the reason, it's making me get up unusually late each day. I like sleeping in, but it could be inconvenient if it ends up becoming a habit. I can hear a deep male voice shouting loudly in the background. It must be Shizune's dad. Or maybe with the size of this place, it's creditors. More likely the former, since the yelling doesn't seem angry. Just loud. He's here. He has arrived. Shizune, Misha, and Hideki are sitting in the living room, having a one-sided conversation with a giant bear man who alternates between shoveling away food from a plate balanced on his leg and twirling a sword. From what Shizune and Hideki are like, I'd expected their dad to be a very reserved, clean-cut, possibly androgynous person, so I'm pretty surprised. I'm surprised for a while, until he starts talking to me. Hello, you must be Shizune's other friend. Did you have a good night's rest? The guest rooms are a bit sparse. If there's anything you need, feel free to tell me. Thanks, you must be Shizune's father. It's nice to meet you. I'm Shizune's classmate, Hiseo Nakai. The pleasure is mine! I've wanted to meet you after hearing that I would have a second guest in my house. Unexpected! You hear something like that, and obviously you want to see what that person is like. Would you like my business card? He holds up a case full of them for a second, and I can see his name is Jigoro. His office hours are from 8 to 6. They also say that he's a consultant. What a prepared guy, carrying his card case around in his own home. We're just sitting down to a slightly late lunch. You're just in time to join us. Good. Pick a place to sit down and I'll bring you a plate. I hope you don't mind eating bear liver. I thought that bear liver was toxic. Either way, the thought of eating a bear liver doesn't appeal to me other than for the ability to tell people I've eaten bear liver. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to try it, but Shizune's dad merely laughs. I'm just making a joke. Although maybe it wouldn't be such a bad idea to cook some bear livers for you kids. They will make you strong. We're actually having omelets. I'll make you one right now. Is that unusual for you, having an omelet for lunch? Very unusual. No, not at all. Jigoro vanishes to where the kitchen must be. I'm surprised that despite living in this place, he has to cook my lunch. Maybe he only cooks because he likes to. My steaming plate of food is done in a very short time. It smells really good. Are you in the student council like Shizune? Is the student council that busy that Shizune has to drag her friends along with her everywhere she goes? Sometimes a vacation is just a vacation. You're right about the student council part. I think we're just here for fun, though. I see. Is that right? When I was young, our student councils had so much work that I don't think we could have afforded going on vacation. It must be nice having so much free time. Should give you plenty of time to think about your future. I do not like the direction this discussion is taking, and start thinking about how to avoid it. Have you thought about that? About what you want to do? Oh, I haven't given it much thought recently. What do you do, if you don't mind me asking? It must be something pretty cool if he can get you a house like this. Why do you want to know that? Children aren't interested in business. What business of yours is my business? Suspicious. Are you some kind of tax man, boy? I guess he really does not like being asked questions. Hee-chan isn't a tax collector's boy, I think. Hee-chan, what do your parents do? You never told us. You, be quiet. Don't interrupt me. I hate being interrupted. Rude. She doesn't look too happy with this turn of events. Even with Misha unable to sign to her what's going on, she can read the mood easily. Her glare becomes more smoldering as Jigoro continues to rant. One more thing. My fishing equipment. I came home and it was just in a big pile in the corner. rods just stacked haphazardly on top of tackle. That was me. Can't remember if it actually was him. If it wasn't, I appreciate that he's willing to take one for the team. Doesn't matter because Jagora ignores him without skipping a beat. Well, anyway, I'm glad that my fishing equipment could provide so much entertainment for my daughter's friends. Did not even tell me you were going to be using them. Those are expensive custom-made poles, not for dilettantes. Suddenly become aware of the eggshell fragments in my omelet. Is he just a bad cook? Does he eat them for the calcium? Were they purposely added there to give me even more discomfort? Though confused, I'm not as unnerved as I think I would normally be. Then again, my life has been pretty strange lately, and I keep running into all sorts of different people. Nothing surprises me anymore. Didn't even properly clean them after use. Terrible. Do you even know how to fish? Unlikely. There are not enough poles here for all of you. How does that work? Did you all share? One person baits the hook and another casts. 2 people to reel? Incompetent. 6 of us went, so we couldn't all do it at the same time. First it was just me, Akira, Hideki, and Misha. Stop talking! That sounds unspeakably dirty. I have had enough of your filth. How vulgar. Make sure that your statements are not so embarrassingly carelessly worded like next time. What? What? You are so disrespectful. Amazing. Are all delinquent types like this? Even the way you dress shows flippant disregard for authority. Sweater vest. Disgraceful. Delinquent? I'm on the student council. I'm hurt by his comment on my sweater vest, especially when it's coming from a guy in such a tacky shirt. Guess I can't really say anything though. He has a sword. He might also kill bears. Misha loudly puts her plate down on the table. That was delicious. Shi-chan and I are done now. Hee-chan, you are too, right? We should get going. What a simple yet effective exit strategy. I barely have the time to put down my plate before they pull me up and out of there and finally outside. Shizune's dad is so fucking funny. I love his dialogue so much. Unbelievable. It's like I'm really watching an interrogation. This is not a cop show. Guests definitely have responsibilities, but hasn't he ever heard of being a gracious ghost? Host? Ghost? Fuck am I saying? Really? Misha attempts to sloppily mimic Shizune's angry chopping gestures as best she can. She has the expression down, too, but the tone of her voice is the same as ever, thus lacking the anger necessary to bring it all together. Don't take it too hard, Hee-chan. Shi-chan's dad does this to everyone. I think it's like a joke. That was the most aggressive joke possible. I'm also not at all convinced that it was a joke, considering how this hastily staged retreat, but this isn't a good moment to discuss how Shizune's father might be a jerk. Hee-chan, let's go shopping. Oh my god, why is my throat screwing with me now? You haven't been to the town yet, have you? It'll be fun. We can see the sights and go to an amusement park. Maybe eat at a good restaurant. We just had lunch. Even though I didn't eat much. It's okay, in that case, we'll just have to make sure that today is so busy that by the time we're done, it'll be time for dinner. It works out perfectly. Come on, Hee-chan. They immediately flank me and hook my arms with theirs. Shizune taking one arm and Misha taking the other. At first we almost trip over each other. Shizune walks at a very brisk pace, and Misha has an unusually bouncy way of moving around. We get the hang of it soon enough, and I notice that we're going to town by cutting through the park. It doesn't seem efficient, so I'm guessing this is the scenic route. Walking this way hinders how we can communicate with each other significantly. I can't talk to Shizune at all. Shizune and Misha are down to one-handed gestures only. It feels nice though, so I don't mind too much. When I make a crack about it to Misha, she responds with mild confusion. Really, Hee-chan? If you really want Shi-chan's attention, you can tell me, and then I can tap her on the shoulder for you. You could just let me go and I'll do it myself. How are you going to tap on her shoulder from over there? Like this. She suddenly stops in her tracks roughly and tries to reach behind her back and across my shoulders to get Shizune's attention. She succeeds, but only because when Misha stopped, I had to as well, or we'd all fall over. Obviously, Shizune had to jerk to a halt, too. The sight makes Misha let out one of her characteristic laughs, which shakes us around more, and Shizune starts flailing her free hand to get her to stop, which only causes her to laugh harder. It is pretty funny to watch her getting so flustered, and I start laughing too. Oh, that was the scene. Pangrammatic window. I've been neglecting my sign language studies, so I should probably spend more time studying up on it. Although I think I've learned a lot just by osmosis. I'm very proud of that and will have to be careful not to brag about it. Most of the books I brought with me aren't manuals on learning sign language, but studies about different signing dialects. I know Shizune has some secret signals with Misha that only the two of them know the meaning of. After seeing a couple of them, this book caught my eye in the school library. Maybe I should incorporate some examples into my own signing to mess with them, because I'm pretty sure that they have started using their code words more when I start. I'm pretty sure that they have started using their code words more when I started learning sign language. That'll teach them. After a quick break for a shower, I resumed practicing my signing in the guest room mirror. Yesterday I crashed my fingers against each other pretty hard. It still smarts, and I don't want a repeat of that. I don't want a repeat of that to happen again. Redundancy? I hear knocking on the door behind me and turn to find Hideki standing inside the doorway, staring at me. How polite of him to knock, but usually you don't open the door first. What are you doing? I'm practicing light language. What?
I think I've forgotten how to speak English.
I'm practicing sign language. How long have you been standing there? I did not see anything. That isn't the point. I don't even know what he means by that. It's not like I was doing something that I would be ashamed to have people see me doing. Though sign language must look strange to most people, I'm only used to it from being around Shizune and Misha so much. I'm brushing up on my sign language and reading about it too. Stuff like the history of it, even though they cover it in sign language class. Your school teaches sign language as a class? Yeah, one of the first things they brought up was that it's not very common to do that. I guess we're very international or something. It looks fun. Well, I wouldn't call it fun. If you don't enjoy this, it seems like a lot of work to go through just to talk to my sister. Why does everyone keep saying that? Hideki's mouth twitches like he was about to laugh, but he restrains himself. Come to think of it, he hasn't laughed once since I've met him. I could take it as a compliment that he doesn't laugh at me, but I'm curious to see it. Laugh. Why? It was the fastest and most direct way I could think of towards accomplishing my goal. Can you teach me sign language? He says it plainly, but his body language is nervous, showing that he clearly needs to put some effort in to ask. I guess Hideki likes his sister after all. I think Misha is a lot more approachable though, so I wonder why he didn't ask her. Secretly, I'm shouting yes inside. I had thought he wanted to learn sign language and even brought it up, but he had evaded the subject skillfully. It turns out I was right after all. I don't really know why this makes me so pleased. Sure. But now that I think about it, I'm not a sign language teacher. I don't even know where to start. In class, I'd be learning stuff gradually over a week. Does Hideki expect me to teach him anything usable in a one-day crash course? My teacher spent a couple days just giving me a history of sign language. I decided to start off with that to buy some time while I figured out how I can segue it into hard stuff. 5 minutes in, Hideki raises his hand. I don't understand what you're doing. Well, you can't just jump into teaching, you know? You have to ease into it. It's like when you go swimming. You don't just jump in the lake like in some movie. I do not swim. It's like scientists managed to create a process to suck out all of the hyperactive, infuriating, and childish qualities of a small child, then plant them into the dad, creating a raging jerk dad and leaving behind Hideki. I begin to feel claustrophobic, despite the fact that the guest room is 3 times bigger than my dorm room. There's just the 2 of us in here. It's all in my head, I know it, and I don't care. still use it as an excuse to move the lesson outside. It's a lot easier to concentrate out here. Even the precious few seconds it took to relocate managed to allow me to sort my thoughts. There were no questions during this time. Hideki can't seem to talk and walk at the same time. Eventually, however, I start to realize that if I'm going to teach him anything, I have to keep the lesson constantly moving. The second there's an opening for it, he'll ask a question, which will lead to more questions. Then there's no end to it. The second time he asked me why a certain hand motion means what it does, and I have to reach deep into my memory to look for etymology I don't know about a gesture I only knew about a month longer than him, I start looking for an out. Hideki, let's take a break. Okay. What is your school like? This kid is like a little reporter, but it makes sense for someone his age to be curious. And this is one question I don't mind. What's it like? I never really thought about it. It's on top of this mountain, so it feels kind of isolated and lonely up there sometimes, even though that's also why it has a pretty great view. The students there are interesting. Actually, I felt bad at first. You know what kind of school it is, right? Yes. I felt bad because I didn't want to go there. Don't even remember exactly what I was thinking at the time. Probably it was something like a school for crippled people. Probably it was something like, a school for crippled people would be a depressing place. They were telling me to go to be forgotten. They were telling me to go be forgotten there. What is happening? That everyone there was just living their lives for the most part. So I felt even worse. It wasn't different at all, so I felt kind of a jerk. Shizune was the first person I met. She's in most of my classes. Misha too. They're always together. Guess the school is accommodating enough to pair them up as much as possible. There's this girl in my class, Hanako, whom I feel bad for. She has these burns and seems to have a complex about them. But I think she looks fine. She's a cute girl, and friends with Lily too. You know Lily, right? Does she bring up Hanako? Yes, sometimes. I'm trying to remember who else is interesting. Here's a little track star ace who runs on these prosthetics. There's this one girl, Rin, who doesn't have arms, but she's a great painter. All her art has this harsh, alive quality. You ever been to Yamaku? You've probably seen some of it hanging around. A little weird sometimes, but I've always heard that artistic and creative types are like that. That reminds me, the guy who lives across the hall from me is pretty weird, too. But he can be interesting, at least. You are also interesting. Is that bad? And what's with that tone? What does that even mean? Are you saying I'm weird, Hideki? You talk a lot. My first instinct is to go on the defensive, but the more I think about it, he has a point. That's right, I do talk a lot. I don't think I used to. I think it's probably because of all the time I spent around Shizune and Misha. Talking with them, I get caught up in all their circular logic and just how they do everything. I feel like I'm going to be drowned out or left behind. My sister can drown you out. It's not like she's literally talking over me and stuff, obviously. It's hard to explain. They have more energy than I do. It's like an aggressiveness. I don't feel like I have to match it, but I want to. I think maybe your sister has that effect on people. Do you look up to your sister? He stares at me blankly, tense and confused as to how to react to the question. I will be better than Shizune. Better at what? At everything. Like what? I can do magic tricks. You mean like telling people you've got their nose, or more like the kind of magic where you pull a rabbit out of your ass? He doesn't look happy. Someday I will see Hideki laugh. I might just try tickling him if I have to. Don't touch that child. Do not tickle the weird child. Oh no. The back door flies open and Jigoro strides out of it, keeping his back straight and is taking giant, slow, regal strides like either a king or a huge jackass. I try to turn away, using the train of logic that if I can't see him, he can't see me. Unfortunately, it doesn't pan out, and he comes over so fast, it's like he appeared out of the air over my shoulder. Oh, what's up here? What are you two doing? Flailing your hands around? Playing Krat's Cradle like a bunch of girls? Teaching Hideki some sign language. What about you, Mr. Hakamichi? He narrows his eyes suspiciously, as if he's not used to people being polite to him. I am writing an autobiography of my life and times. And by writing, I mean I am dictating it to my biographer. Unfortunately, she is running late. Unprofessional. Perhaps you should read it when it is published later this year. I can put you on the waiting list. Maybe it will give you the moral compass you seem to lack in your life, and inspire you to stop sucking. It can't be sustainable for him to be so casually insulting to everyone. Though Hideki is likely too detached to even notice, Shizune is deaf, and most of the insults must fly over Misha's head. But surely Akira must have an opinion on this. I try not to think about it. If he's doing this to psych me out, then I have to stay calm or he wins. He must absolutely, definitely not win. This must be how Shizune feels. How old are you? 46. That doesn't seem old enough to justify writing a biography. I mean, that's not even old. Don't most people start writing their memoirs a lot later than that? Shut up, boy! I am going to give you advice. Do not talk about matters of age with people older than you. You are less than half my age. You have no right to talk about old. I have an ulcer older than you. He should get that checked out. He might have a point, though. He is definitely older than I am. Either way, even if we were the same age, I wouldn't have to explain myself to you, sweater vest. Ugh. Why do you make that noise? Are you mad? Well, obviously. Good. Your sweater is terrible, and I want you to feel bad about it. The burn tells me it's working. I like my sweater. I'm sure you like huffing glue, too. That doesn't make it... I don't huff glue. Where did you get the impression I do? That is slander. Wonder how Hideki knows what slander is. Maybe Jigoro is a lawyer. I can sort of see that, although I thought only TV lawyers were this antagonistic. I don't know if I should take the chance and ask if that's his job. He's right. It is slander. Are you a lawyer? I was guessing. A guess based on the fact that you are stupid. It's like how you are assuming I am a lawyer, except you have no reason to think that. If you want to know what I do so badly, why don't you pre-order my autobiography? Now you are insulting my book, and by extension my entire life. What gives you the right to do that? Arrogant. Trying to think of how I could make you understand my struggle. Maybe by beating you. With my autobiography. I hope you walk away from the beating having learned a valuable lesson, like not making assumptions. Assault? But he made an assumption too, that I huff glue. Consider calling him out on this glaring example of hypocrisy, but I don't think it's worth it. He would probably explain his way out of it by saying, "Shut up, boy." Back in my day, children were seen and not heard, and to be an adult meant having experienced many hardships. With even a glance, people could instantly judge a man's character. Childhood existed only to temper you for adulthood. When you look at me, can you not see the catalog of my experiences, even at a glance? Maybe. Were you a sword fighter? He could also be Hawaiian, and a werewolf. Didn't you tell me before not to make assumptions? Now you just asked me to assume stuff, and you're saying everyone when you were my age did it. And that had to be in the 80s. That wasn't even that long ago. Ready to give him a piece of my mind for talking like he would walk 15 miles in the snow to ride a coal train that he had to shovel coal into himself before climbing a mountain while fighting ogres to get to school. Now that I finally want to fight, Jigoro is happy to have a good thing going, just continuing to ramble about how difficult it was growing up one generation ago, twirling his sword like a baton and stopping occasionally to yawn or check the time. The tardiness of his autobiographer is still foremost in his mind. That means the whole time he's been insulting me, he must have been doing it just to pass the time. To add insult to insult, his watch is also really nice. When I was your age, kids had responsibilities. Not like today. Sickening. No one thinks about the consequences of their actions anymore. They just do whatever they want, thinking no one will hold them accountable, since they are young. It's odd that description could fit Shizune and Misha. I thought something similar only yesterday, but it only fits them slightly. Look at yourself, an amoral, directionless, delinquent glue hover, with a complete lack of etiquette and absolute no fashion sense. You are tomorrow's Japan. Disgraceful. Is this the future of this once great country? I know someone you would get along well with. Don't interrupt! Who? One of your friends. One of your friends? Why would I want to talk to some awful teenager? Have you even been listening? Why are you so rude, boy? Your attitude is not one that will make you a lot of friends. I wish you would stop giving me so much advice. Or at least I wish he would give me advice that he would have the decency to adhere to himself. Where have you been? Huh? Not you, idiot! Oops, I didn't notice you there. Shizune smiles and gives a short wave. Her arrival made Jigoro stop talking, so I'm already happy to see her for that reason alone. Misha and I decided to go into town again, Iseo. I noticed you were looking at some clothes yesterday in a store window, and I thought I would go back and buy some of them for you. It was supposed to be a surprise, though. She looks annoyed that the surprise is ruined, even though she ruined it herself. Here you go. Thanks. Misha wanted to cut her hair. I told her not to, but she said it was too hot for the summer. Yeah, I don't know, that makes a lot of sense to me. It must be like an oven under there. I want to see it. Where is Misha, anyway? Over here. Hi, Hee-chan. Hi, Mr. Shi-chan's father. Hi, Hideki. Hey, short-haired Misha. No longer Val's spirit animal. The drills are gone. Misha runs around us in a wide circle before stopping next to Shizune. For the first time, she hasn't put her hands over my eyes. Although now I see she has bags of her own to carry, so it's not like she could have, even if she wanted to. Although I am positive she's tried before. Her meticulously styled curls are gone now, in favor of a much shorter, sportier look. Misha looks even happier than usual, probably because she knows she won't have to wake up at the crack of dawn every morning just to do her hair. What is that haircut? You look like an intern. Your old haircut merely made you look like you were wearing a pink judge wig. Judge to intern is a huge demotion. Hiseo, is he saying something insulting? Tell him not to insult my friends. Don't insult my friends. Which one of you is talking? Both of us. I agree with her. What do you think, Hee-chan? You should have kept it like it was. Aw, Hee-chan, you look disappointed. You don't like it either? Yeah, I admit I kinda liked your old haircut more, but I think this one is nice too. It suits you. Aw, thanks, Hee-chan. Touching. If you like it so much, maybe you two should trade. You can't trade a haircut. What a shame. Even her old haircut would suit you so much more than your current slacker haircut. Awful. As for you... Actually, this is much less garish than your other haircut. I like it. Really? Thanks, Mr. Shizune's dad. It's Mr. Hakamichi. Talk like a normal person. I don't understand. Okay. I'll call you Mr. Hakamichi. Ah, it's like speaking to a slide whistle. Contemptible. Where's my biographer? Hideki? He starts quietly muttering to himself and walks off. I guess a wannabe cranky old man like Jigoro would at the very least be hesitant to yell at girls. Suddenly he doubles back, unable to resist his urge to have the last word. And another thing, you do not have to be so loud. I do not like being shouted at. What? Shouting? I'm not shouting. I can't think of anyone more unqualified to talk about what's garish or to chastise someone else on shouting at people. It's like a parade of hypocrisies and the hits just keep coming. An unusual reaction seems to be taking place. Misha apparently finds Jigoro funny and laughs pretty much every time he says something, which only makes him berate her harder. I guess this is what they call a vicious circle. Misha's voice is punctuated by explosions of laughter, and seems to come from everywhere. On the other hand, Jigoro is booming and directed like a cannon. In any case, they are both unbelievably loud. The more they talk to each other, the more they seem to play off each other's volume and get louder. Ow, my ears hurt. Why are you shouting? Shizune's hands wrap around my eyes from behind, something I'm so used to Misha doing that for the first time I find myself confused by it, since Misha is in front of me. She lets go and holds a finger up to her lips. What a perfect distraction. Now's our opportunity. Let's sneak off. Why do we have to sneak off? Why not just walk off? It wouldn't be as fun. It's decided. It's a secret mission. Escape without being detected. Extract Hideki for bonus points. Already she has simplified the situation into a game. Shizune quietly slides away from the scene and begins edging towards the house. I walk towards it, normally. Alright. What are my sensor buttons again? 0. I can't find Shizune at first, but eventually she walks into the main part of the house, sipping a glass of ice water and dangling her glasses back and forth from her free hand. She whips them on as soon as she sees me. You didn't rescue Hideki. That means you don't get the bonus points. If you were also being graded on style, you'd have to deduct points for a boring escape. It looked like you wanted to talk to me. I didn't know I had to be stylish about it. You know, some say that the most stylish people are the ones that don't try too hard to look cool. You're really cool. I wonder how it is that I can pick up on her sarcasm so easily, and how hard it might have been for her to learn the concept of sarcasm without being able to hear. I can't imagine it. You seem like you're in a good mood. Although I guess it isn't really a good mood, it's more that she seems very excited. I'm in a bad mood. Setting her drink down, Shizune sits down on the couch. I liked your regular hairstyle so much more. It looks so pretty. It was refined and meticulous. Now she looks too sporty and tomboyish. I wouldn't call Misha refined and meticulous. That sounds more like you. You should give it a chance. Grow your hair out and make it look like drills. Actually, maybe this suits you just fine. Shizune rubs the frame of her glasses roughly, looking annoyed at the implications behind what I just signed to her. That's fine, because I was totally implying that. She moves a little closer to me when I take a seat. I'm a tomboy? Well, no one would call you a tomboy, based on appearances. Shizune glares at me unamused. I have to fight to keep a straight face. Maybe you two should trade haircuts anyway. You sound like my father. It's true. Shizune giggles noiselessly when she sees my displeasure at the realization. Jumping to her feet, she twirls an invisible sword in her left hand while standing up militarily straight and grimacing. A terrifyingly accurate impression. Anyway, I don't take advice from someone who wears a blue sweater with brown pants. Where's your sense of color coordination? Dreadful. But changing my haircut, that might be fun. Wouldn't it be? I want to see how everyone would react. You must really like playing with people. Sometimes I think a little too much. No answer. The way she fiddles with her glasses, brow furrowed, tells me that it's because she can't. It's fun. Then with more confidence and while pulling herself closer to me. It's fun to drag more and more people into my life. Oh, I see. I wonder if I'm included in that number. I want to ask, but I'm not even sure how I would. Shizune wags a finger preemptively, indicating that she won't be answering such a question anyway. She reaches for her glasses, but doesn't seem to realize how far she's managed to inch away from it all this time. To prevent herself from tipping over clumsily, Shizune tries to grab onto me and ends up pulling me on top of her. As I lean over her, I can feel the heat coming off her body and realize how close we are. I can hear her soft breathing and the slight rustling of her clothes as she momentarily fidgets about. A blush starts to creep into her cheeks, but her eyes stare straight into mine, dark and unblinking. It's the same look from the first time I saw her, piercing and devoid of any clear emotions. Just waiting to see what will happen next, like the eyes of a cat. It makes me feel uncomfortable being looked at in such a way. This is the first time I've been so close to her for an extended period of time, and the mood is different now. The situation isn't the same as a passing touching of hands or her and Misha's usual games. Shizune's fingers weave together tentatively, but makes no move to sign. The look in her eyes isn't just nothing like I'd thought. It's more like expectation. I wonder if maybe I've been following the string of her expectations this entire time. I feel her grabbing me by the shoulders and then gently but firmly pushing me off of her. I roll sideways onto the soft couch and pull myself into a sitting position less than a foot from her. The way I feel, she might as well have thrown me 10 yards. When I think about it, this is perhaps one of the biggest drawbacks to sign language. Shine said that the fact that you have to sign your words out with your hands means you have time to reflect on what you say before you say it. But on the other hand, it also means that what would normally just be an awkward silence becomes an insurmountable wall. I just blurt out something, anything to try and dispel the tension I'm feeling right now, if I could, but I can't. Ordinarily, I think that would be what would be normal would be to apologize and maybe leave. But right now I wonder if that is even applicable. I can't get past how guilty such an action would seem. Like I were just slinking away. Of course, it's not like I can just play it off, like nothing happened either. That would be insulting to both of us. So as much as I don't want to, I apologize quickly. So quickly I forget to sign it. Then I go back to my room. Sighing, I let myself fall backwards into bed. I wish I could just go to sleep right now, but I feel wide awake. I sit up when I hear the door closing and open my eyes to see Shizune sitting in the chair in front of me. She asks a question that goes right over my head, due to my surprise. It's not a feeling I'm good at concealing, and I don't think it's what she intended. Whatever she was saying, she backs off and doesn't attempt to sign again for a while. This is the first time I've been in your room. Shizune tenses her fingers and puts on an exaggerated attempt to make herself look embarrassed and modest at the thought. I can't appreciate the joke, just the fact that she's here has me feeling a bit scattered. Very funny, it isn't even my room. It's your guest room. Besides, you and Misha barged into my room once before. It seems as if she expects me to say more. I remember feeling very panicked when they burst into my room, afraid of what conclusions they would jump to, seeing the wall of pills lining the place. I don't think Shizune remembers, though. It made you nervous. The way she says it so factually stings me. A lot of things make me nervous. You're one of them. Because you're overeager to always get people involved in whatever you're doing, whether it's joining the student council or even taking a break, whether they want to or not. She signs almost at a crawl, her hands pausing mid-sentence far too much, causing the words to dissipate formlessly before I can even begin to try to understand them. I try not to let on that this is the case. It seems to work, but she looks a little sad. I regret that I have nothing to say to her to snap her from the strangely wistful and distant expression she's wearing. All I can do is wait for her to come out of it. You are right. I want to drag everyone into my life, but lately I'm no longer sure if it's the right thing to do. I enjoyed you taking me to your favorite restaurant the other night. It's not like that was my favorite restaurant. I have others I like. I might even be able to rank them by number. Really? This chair is so hard. I want to sit on the bed. Motion to her to go ahead, I wait for her to get off the chair and take her place when she does. Though I didn't intend for it to be, she finds it amusing. Close your eyes. Why? It's a surprise. I decide to humor her and close them. Okay, we're fine. We're fine for now. I can feel her leaning over me, and suddenly something soft and moist touches my lips. My body tenses up in surprise. Fortunately, not as awkward a reaction as I could have made. It's just a quick peck, and I almost think that's the end of it, but then she kisses me again, more deeply this time. Her hands slide onto my shoulders, up to my neck, and then back down again. Then across my shoulders and down my arms. I can feel the weight of her body on my legs, and the eroticism of the situation isn't lost on me. At this point, I'm ready to try and open my eyes, just a crack, but as if expecting it, she puts her fingers on my eyelids. Seconds later, something ties my hands together at the wrist, and I panic, not knowing what to make of this. My first thought is to ask Shizune what she's thinking. Even though she can't hear me, I'm sure she gets the gist of it. She won't let go of my hands, tracing her fingers over them, from the lines of my palms over my knuckles and to my wrists. Okay. We can look at the CG, and then I have to put the sensor up. Hey, what are you doing? What's this? Have we taken in the CG? Gotta put them. Oh,
Oh, why is it not? The hell? I'm actually confused. Why is it not? Oh, did I move it off screen accidentally? I think I might have. Okay, there we go. Okay, I accidentally moved it off screen. Bad. Just gotta. No, we need a little bit more. Alright, there we go. Okay, I think it got moved off screen. Alright. Whoopsies. We're fine.
Or, of course, with my hands tied behind my back, I might as well be gagged. A part of me can't help but think this is what she intended. As if reading my thoughts, a mischievous expression lights up her face, but her blushing doesn't fade. In fact, it only deepens when our eyes meet. Embarrassed, she leans deeper into our partial embrace, hiding her face by burying it in my shoulders and neck. Her hair is soft and tickles me, and let out a laugh knowing that she won't hear me, won't be offended.
Shrimp.
And then lewd things happened. Afterwards, I listen to the sound of my heartbeat slowing down until it reaches its normal rhythm. I listen to the sound of Shizune's breathing as it does the same. Her glasses are slightly askew, and this is the first time she isn't messing around with them in some way. I want to straighten them for her, but the second I try it, I'm reminded that I can't. Shizune seems to have forgotten it as well. I forgot, this is one of the most not explicit CG. Like, I think I can actually show this. Like, yeah, I think I can actually show this. I'm not going to attempt it for too long. I'm still going to, but, like, that's what it, like, it's kind of just what it looks like. Instead of getting up, she presses herself against me in the chair to extend her reach. It's almost as if this is the only position she can think of to untie my hands from. That is what I think as I feel her unbinding my wrists. However, she doesn't get off me. Her fingers gently stroke against mine, occasionally bending inwards to run over my palms. It's funny, but I feel more connected to Shizune through this simple act than before. Shizune stays pressed against me all like this for some time. It's a little uncomfortable, but it makes me feel happy, as if I could stay like this for hours.
Alright.
Pretty brief one.
I think the actual scene itself is a lot more text. Let me see. Yeah, there's a lot more text in the actual scene, but again, looking through it, there's actually no explicit image. Like, all the CG is there's nothing explicit in the CG, which is interesting to see. I guess the one thing... I can actually look through it and kind of recap. Not recap. Let me see. I guess the only real thing is that she actually does this. She makes a sound that is not like sign language. Okay.
Other than that, yeah, nothing else. Much, much shorter than the one in Act 4. Oh no, spoiled it. I said it before, Haneko's route is the odd one out by only having one. All of them have at least 2, Lily's has 3.
Regardless.
The days since then have passed so quickly that time seemed to slip through my fingers like water. Every time I've tried to talk with Shizune, she has been out running errands or with Misha. I feel as if she's avoiding me. I'm not surprised. Of course it bothers me, but I think the way she's acting seems pretty natural. Then again, it's not like I've been through this before. Whenever I can't find Shizune, I end up running into Misha, and when I do ask her to help me with my I ask her to help me with my signing. However, she always ends up squirming out of it. We're leaving after today, so I'm determined not to let her escape this time. Once we head back to school, we're probably going to have to start grinding through more student council affairs in preparation for school restarting. I want to brush up on my signing as much as possible by then, even if it's a day's worth. Come on, it's pretty much just having a couple sign language conversations. You do that all the time. Actually, you're doing it right now. Really, Hee-chan? That's funny. Misha temporarily stops her unconscious signing in order to wave her hands in front of her face in denial, but then quickly resumes gesturing everything the both of us are saying to no one in particular. Hee-chan, you're so persistent. Suddenly being interested in sign language again? Could it be that Hee-chan wants to make a career out of it? That's not fair. That was my idea first. You should be careful, Hee-chan. Times changed too quickly. By the time I decided to want to be a sign language interpreter, they had cell phones that people could type out whole paragraphs on. Amazing. Not very good for me, though. As if she knows that another deferral isn't going to cut it this time, Misha changes her tune pretty quickly to a more apologetic one. I'm sorry, Hee-chan, I'm just so tired. Especially lately, even though being with Shi-chan is fun, she has way more energy than me. Teaching on top of that would be too tiring. I don't have that much stamina, sorry. She doesn't seem very tired, shouting the statement with her usual cheer and vigor. I know it's wrong of me to keep pestering her like this, though. Actually, Shi-chan and I were planning on going shopping today. It's our last chance to pick up some souvenirs. Souvenirs, huh? I almost forgot that I was on vacation. I understand what you're saying. Teaching doesn't seem so easy. Hideki asked me to teach him how to sign, and I was unbelievably lost the whole time. Well, I wonder how it'll work out for you when you become a sign language teacher. You can't get tired too easily doing that. Yeah, right. I hope not. Hee-chan, now I'm kind of worried, but souvenirs, so some other time, Hee-chan. Do you want us to get you something too? Just because I understand doesn't mean I don't want her to teach me. Suppose I can't press her any further now, though. Even I'm bothered by how selfish it would seem to do so. I give up. No, don't get me anything. I'm serious. Don't surprise me with a funny shirt or something, okay? I don't like the sound of that. Slipping on her shoes, she yells goodbye to the otherwise empty house and opens the door to leave, letting a cool breath of fresh air into the hallway. A tuft of dark hair peeking from the doorframe tells me Shizune is waiting for her outside. Good morning. Misha translates for me from beyond the doorway, and Shizune turns around to give me a small wave. Even though it's different from my usual offhand greetings in the smallest ways, there's an unmistakable hesitation there. It leaves me with a vaguely empty and distant feeling. Hee-chan, you're up early. Am I interrupting a conversation? I was trying to get Misha to teach me how to talk to you, but I guess I was being impatient, and it can wait. You two were planning on going shopping today anyway. Having Misha there, I forget to sign my words as I say them. Fortunately, since Shizune moved to fill the doorway, Misha is behind her. This brief misalignment in our positions means that what I'm saying is totally lost on her. I don't understand you at all. That was Misha's voice. There are things I want to say that I can't put in a way she would understand, and there are entire conversations that she could have that would go right over my head. I want to tell her now that it won't be that way for much longer. Instead, I just say never mind and tell them to have a good time, then wave them off. It seems like everyone is out for the day, so I sit down on the biggest and most comfortable looking chair in the living room with a book. Not a sign language book, but one of the novels I checked out of the library my first week. That was so long ago, I should really start chipping at that pile of books I borrowed, or at least return them. 16 pages in, Jigoro walks into the room, a stack of papers in one hand and his sword twirling idly like a baton in the other, casually shaking water from a recent shower from his hair. Upon being seen doing something so ungentlemanly, he freezes like a deer in the headlights and slowly moves on to smoldering with powerful but baseless fury as he sits down on the couch a few feet away. This is only the third time I've met him, and I'm already starting to feel nauseous on reaction. I guess in a way this could be considered a kind of charisma. I haven't even said anything and he already seems less than pleased. It's likely a bad idea to provoke him, and just talking to him may count as provoking him. However, I can't help thinking of the alternative situations that could play out. Let's say I don't open my mouth at all and walk away, maybe to go read in my room or outside. That would definitely go down as an unforgivable insult. He would probably tell me to hold it and destroy me. Either way, not too polite on my part. What are you reading? The draft for my autobiography. It is the story of a man who wakes up to find an uninvited guest in his living room, sitting in his chair and reading shallow literary dreck. I've barely started reading the book. I don't even have an opinion on it yet. I already see how this conversation is going to play out, so I might as well try to steer it in a different direction. Where's Hideki? You even ask questions rudely. Disgraceful. That aside, why would you even ask me such a stupid question? How would I know? Am I my son's keeper? Well, you are his dad, and it seems like he does live here, but I guess I can't say that, tempting as it is. I give up. I already tried to make small talk with him and failed. It's like trying to talk to a brick wall that also hates you. That is my cue to leave and sift through my wallet to see if I have enough money to go to a movie. As I'm about to stand, I have a second thought. I'm too tired to go through trying to smooth over my problematic situation by trying to continuously walk away from them. It's hypocritical of me to get upset at Misha for trying to defer things when I even run from my own girlfriend. When Jigoro attempts to stop me, I'm almost glad, even though I no longer have any intention to leave. Wait! He says it with plenty of authority but nothing else, as if it's just a particularly commanding afterthought. Only a very powerful or very arrogant person can tell someone to hold in such a manner. I'm sort of impressed. You are in the student council with Shizune, aren't you? What is your job there? I don't think there are specific roles, other than president. Shizune is always trying to round people up to help out here and there. Usually we might get like one person to pitch in, but otherwise the three of us do whatever needs to be done. It's crossed my mind a couple of times around when I first met her that Shizune's disquietingly analytic stare might be because of her deafness, but it turns out it's a trait shared by everyone else in her family. And that is okay with you? Why wouldn't it be? You, Shizune, and that pink-haired girl. Is that really your entire student council? With a student council that small, you wouldn't even bother to hold elections. Go to take a guess and say that you didn't join the student council, Shizune drafted you into it. You say you do not know exactly what your title is. That makes sense. Suppose if you weren't even elected, you couldn't be expected to know. After all, if you are not elected, you aren't really anything. No one is going to respect a student council like that. An unelected body of 3 people trying to scrounge up the equivalent of temp workers. It must be a sorry school if 3 kids having a tea party can handle every issue. what's how small it is have to do with anything? Student council gets things done, isn't that enough? It's not just a game either. Maybe you should actually come to the school one day. If you get there on the right days, you might even be able to see what Shizune is able to accomplish. Do you think I have so much free time that I can afford to waltz over to your boondocks and watch my daughter's feats of self-aggrandizement? I have never been more disgusted in my life. What you're saying is they might as well not have a student council, but the fact remains that there is one. And Shizune got elected to it, and for her it isn't a meaningless position. In fact, she works very hard for it. You sound like someone who voted for her. No, I wasn't there for that. Ah, you didn't even vote for her. Well, besides that, why didn't you ask Hideki about this? Shizune has wanted to be a high school student council president since middle school. She would have him read all her practice speeches, wasting his time. For what reason? This whole time he hasn't even looked up from thumbing through his manuscript. It's getting increasingly frustrating. Because it isn't a game. We don't run the school, but it's not like we're just playing at it and not taking it seriously. I wonder if it's so wrong to not be a purist. I have been to your school. Really? The students there. I can already think of what a million things he might say, and I'm prepping for my heart to sink on hearing any of them. It's funny, they're probably things I've thought before. They don't even have cleaning duty. That was not what I expected at all. He's also wrong. They do. I should know. I get to skip out on it since I'm in the student council. The concept of being wrong confuses Jigoro. I should take this opportunity to go on the attack. It's really odd that I am thinking this way about a simple conversation. It sounds like the last time you were there was really some time ago. If you can leisurely write some memoirs, you can talk to Shizune now and then. Don't you think she has stuff she's proud of? That's how young people are. We have things to be proud of. If you're writing an autobiography, you should get that. Such an opportunity, and I blew it. I don't know how I was expecting him to react. Maybe introspectively, but Jigoro only grows angrier by the second. Yet as he does, he also seems calmer in a way. More sure of himself and in control. Who do you think you are to assume that my life is so easy? You haven't even read my biography, yet you are able to tell me how I should handle all my affairs, including dealing with my own daughter? You could never understand. Even if I were to get up from this couch, walk over to you right now, and punch you in the forehead with brass knuckles with a condensed edition of my life story on them, leaving my biography imprinted in your face, you would not understand. For 12 years, Shizune did not even talk to me, even though I hired multiple tutors and interpreters of all sorts for her to try and get her to become normal. It isn't as simple as you think it is. If she does not want to bother with me, then fine. I assume that is normal. When was the last time you talked to your parents? It has been a while, and I feel ashamed. More so that he caught me than at how easily I could have dropped my parents a phone call or sent them an email or even a letter and haven't. The knowledge only makes me feel more ashamed. I thought so. If I wanted to see my parents, I couldn't. This is different. You aren't that far from her. It's one train ride away. That is enough. No means no. You are very persistent. If only it was about something that mattered. I can't see what you may have learned from my daughter aside from that, and how to backtalk people. Is that it? The answer is yes. I wasn't this persistent or argumentative before meeting Shizune and Misha. After all, prior to meeting them, I just expected a small death. It's a mystery as to why I refused to join the student council in the first place. Possibly it was from trying to get away from their nagging so much that I was able to get my energy back. It's a cute idea. I'm thinking again about why I'm still here. Arguing with Jigoro is pointless. Yet I think I almost looked forward to it. And he is right. I cannot understand him. Even if I did, he wouldn't care. I'm a louse that crawls on a whale, wholly insignificant. He has a confidence that I don't have. Shizune does, and it could be that reason why I am here now. In an almost shouting match with her father, is because of some of that bravery has rubbed off onto me. However, I don't have anything to keep it going. Still, I hate him. I don't know what I can do. A few months ago, I think I would have punched him and let the consequences play out as they may. But now I can't risk it. If he were to hit me back, he'd likely kill me. So in the end, the only thing I can do is look at Jigoro in silence, know that I have no reply, and hate him, and feel completely at a loss. Oddly, he takes it as defiance. Fine then. Have fun with that. Picking up his sword and using it to pull himself up to his feet, he turns and casually saunters out of the room. I want to throw my book after him, but I'm happy to finally be alone, even if I'm not in the mood to read any longer.
God, Jigoro is fucking funny. We've got a handful more scenes.
2 of them we'll get next episode. Our return trip to the school keeps getting delayed in one way or another. Shizune and Misha come back so late that there's no use even leaving, and we end up staying another day. The morning after, we miss the train by a single minute, and the next 2 don't arrive. We missed the 4th train because I wandered off to get a drink in the meantime. Shizune wasn't very happy about that. By the time I finally get back to my room, I feel so tired, even though I spent most of the ride back sleeping. I can't say it's only because of today. This seems like a familiar symptom of traveling. It's not the first time it's happened. If no one has beaten me to it, I could do a thesis on it, maybe get in a medical journal. Returning from a trip syndrome. Not very creative. I fall asleep before I can think of a better name. A loud knock on my door wakes me up only a few hours into my nap. I'm annoyed because I had just been in the middle of a dream that I can't remember. Haven't been woken up in the middle of it, but I'm sure it was a good one. I briefly wonder who it could be, but it's not like I get many visitors, so I'm sure it's Kenji. I hope he's just rolling out the welcome wagon and not going to hit me up for money again. If that was the case, I'd be almost touched. Not touched enough to fight off the urge to roll over and go back to sleep, though. A few hours after that, I wake up again and immediately spot an envelope on the floor. It must be something that came in the mail while I was away. That's Shizune and Misha's department, so I wonder if they dropped it to give it to me, or maybe someone filled in for them in their absence and told Kenji to pass it along. When I pick it up, any remnants of sleepiness in me instantly vanish. Even if the name of the sender wasn't on it, I would have known whom it was by looking at the envelope itself, realizing why it looked so familiar. By recognizing the delicate handwriting addressing it. It's from Iwanako. At first I can't believe it, but it wouldn't be too hard for her to track me down if she wanted to. Of course I hadn't thought that she would want to. She was maybe my girlfriend for all of 5 seconds. After that we barely spoke to each other. It would be too easy to put this letter away somewhere and forget about it. A part of me wants to do that, or throw it away, unread. Why I want to do these things, I don't know. It would be easy to do them. Easier than to read it. Slitting the envelope open with the tip of a pen, I'm surprised by the length of the letter that spills out. Dear Hiseo, how are you? I hope you are well and happy at your new school. Everyone here misses you. Almost all of our second-year class got put together in Class 3-1 for the final year, so we were pretty comfortable right from the beginning of the year. I'm sure you would have been assigned to this class as well. The mood among the third year seems to be very anxious about the final exams, even though they are so far away. The teachers are badgering us about it all the time. Even old Mr. Tachibana, who is, by the way, our homeroom teacher this year. Would you believe it? I was sure that he'd retire after our second year, but here he is, nagging everyone about studying for exams. I think things like that are the main reason why the mood among the third years is so nervous. I must admit that I'm somehow losing confidence in myself as well, even though I've always fared reasonably well in exams. The small talk makes me feel nostalgic. It's almost like I'm in the hospital again. Every now and then Iwanaka would drop by and give me the gist of what was going on in a class that, even then, I had an inkling that I would never return to. It's so weird to think we're already seniors, isn't it? Time has really flown past. I wonder where it went. The new first year seems so young and somehow really innocent. I keep wondering if I was like them in my first year. I've been feeling nostalgic like this for the whole first trimester. There are other things I want to say. I'm writing to you because I felt that there are things I should have said after the incident back in winter. I really regret that I wasn't able to say them in person, and I have no excuse for it. The truth is, the times when I visited you at the hospital made me worried about you. I'm not talking about your health. You seem to become more distant and disheartened. It was natural after something like that happened, I'm sure, but somehow I got the feeling that you had given up on something back then. Happiness, maybe? I wanted to somehow express my feelings, but the right words didn't come to me. I couldn't say anything to comfort you. I am really sorry for not being able to support you when it mattered the most, even though I like you so much. At least now, finally, I can be more honest. What a convenient time for her to rediscover her sincerity. Well, even as I think that, I know she's right. Distant and disheartened is a good way to describe it. And maybe I had given up too. It weighs on my heart when I think back to when I was lying in the hospital, feeling so bitter when she finally stopped showing up. I wasn't surprised and had no right to be. How could she not stop coming when it was the only expectation I had of her? She dropped by only for all of 6 weeks after the incident. If I drifted away from her, it was because I could feel her already moving herself away from me at the moment she showed up. If I could go back to those quiet days in February and March, I'd tell you not to give up on yourself. That's what I would say. Maybe you wouldn't have drifted so far away if I had just said something. I hope you've managed to get back on your feet on your own. Now that the distance between us is also physical, it also feels more final, somehow. I wonder if we will meet again. Perhaps it's for the best if we don't. Still, if you would like to correspond with me, by all means, write me back. I'd very much like to hear about your new school and how you are doing. I wish you all the best. Sincerely, Yuanako. It's a strange feeling. I know that I'm never going to hear from her again. If she really wanted to keep in touch, she wouldn't have picked a medium like snail mail to do it through. If she could get my address, then email or phone number wouldn't have been much more work, had she wanted them. This is only a goodbye. I exhale, only just now becoming aware that I had been reading with bated breath. Now who's being distant, Iwanako? Maybe it really is for the best. For her to pick up a pen and write this letter to me can only be because she felt guilty about how things ended. That she was hurt by how we floated out of each other's lives makes me feel a sort of wistful happiness. I almost want to thank her, and I only don't because I know she wouldn't want me to reply. Manji Dragonfly, snail mail. Why did I just read your name? Snail mail took so long. Do I wonder why it took so long on this route for the mail to show up? Plot. That's why. So yeah, well, glad you could make it out, Manji. We're a little bit over halfway through the, route. This is, unlike it was in Hanako's, this is not really a major plot point. There's a knock at my door, then it opens about a millisecond later. I forgot to lock it, stupidly. Sup, man? Why'd your door open? I run to the door faster than is probably medically safe for me to do so. What the... For me to do, so I can prevent Kenji from seeing the mountains of pills just a couple of feet away from him, blocked from his sight only by the door. Then there's the letter. I'm holding it. And there's the letter I'm holding. If he asks about it, I don't think I could make up anything convincing. About 2 feet away from him, I realized that his vision is so bad that it was probably never an issue. He didn't even see me about to practically tackle him back through the doorframe. Hey, what the hell, man? What are you talking about? Your room has a billion locks on it, yet you barge right through other people's doors? You didn't even wait a second after knocking before you tried the door. It was like simultaneous. You were already opening the door while you were knocking on it. See, that's exactly why I have all those locks. It's a cold and uncaring world out there. A gatecrasher's world. Now you also understand. I just taught you a valuable lesson, dude. Knowledge is power. Why are you yelling at me? I'm a hero. Look at you. You didn't even lock your door. The average woman would have killed you 1 billion times already, then replaced you with a female clone indistinguishable from the original. It almost happened to me. Ignoring the latter part, since it's too confusing, it's funny he should say that. He was able to stop me from tackling him head-on, yet apparently a woman could have killed me 1 billion times. If this man is a hero, we are all doomed. What's that you've got there? Somehow he's able to see the letter still in my hand. With how much I've been waving it around, that is no surprise. I fold it back quickly, but take care not to whip it behind my back or anything else. That would be too suspicious. It seems like I'm jumpier than I thought about Iwanako writing to me. I got a letter. Oh yeah, I put that there. I was sleeping, then I woke up because I heard explosions. I put on my helmet and then peeked outside to see what was going on, but it was just that student councilwoman banging on your door. It was the one without pink hair. She was knocking so loudly that it was obvious she was filled with murderous rage. Rage at you. Then she somehow sensed me behind her, and I tried to escape, but it was too late. She caught me and started pointing at the door. I opened my mouth to tell him that she's deaf, but decide not to. For various reasons. I didn't really get it, and she got more and more pissed off, like an old man trying to use a touchscreen phone. She was gonna kill me, and then replace me with a woman version of me. But then the sunlight reflected off my glasses and blinded her, saving me. It was like, behold, optic blast. I don't get how someone with glasses can be hurt by glasses. She uses them too, she should be immune to their death rays, but whatever. She gave me this envelope with your name on it and just left. Clearly she was out for blood, so I lied and said you were away. I think you were away, right? I've been trying to ask you if you wanted to help me with my homework for a week now, but kept getting no answer. Welcome back, man. Thanks. Yeah, so she gave me this envelope and it had your name on it. I didn't want to hold on to it because what if it was a bomb? So just shoved it under your door when she was gone. Kanji confirms Cyclops me. Kenji is confirmed for Cyclops, yes. He has the power of heat vision? Sure. I was gonna tell you, but you got back before I could. At least it's not a bomb. Gee, thanks. I'm not gonna help you out with your math homework because what if your math textbook is a bomb? He looks devastated and also like he's considering the possibility that it could really be a bomb. I guess it's possible since no one really uses their math book all that much. I throw the letter on the dresser behind me and turn to leave, swinging the door shut behind me as I do. It collides against the tip of Kenji's shoe and bounces back open, while he hops around for a bit, acting like it hurt way more than it should have. Before I know it, he's already inside my room. I'm powerless to stop him before he scoops up the letter, strangely ignoring the towers of pill bottles surrounding it. Don't just read mail that isn't your own. Come on, what is it? A love letter from your girlfriend? Did she include any photos? Sexy photos. Reclining against the dresser and paying no mind to the bottles he sends all over the floor by doing so, Kenji quite quietly reads through Iwanako's letter. The process takes seemingly forever, and how close he holds it up to his face makes it look like he's trying to eat it. Who's Iwanako? My ex-girlfriend. Ex-girlfriend, huh? This is the breakup letter, then. I thought they were a myth. No, I guess it is, but really she's been my ex-girlfriend for a while. Anyway, I think I'm already over it. Kenji gives a thumbs up, clearly relieved that I'm not going to take this in an awkward direction. Well, I almost want to since I told him not to read it. Yeah, that's a good attitude. It's alright. I had a bad breakup too, but you can't let it get you down. I mean, just look at me. But hey, she wrote you a letter. Maybe she wants to get back together, huh? It says right there, write her back. You should do it. Is she cute? For a guy who thinks feminists are working to enslave men everywhere, he really is interested in cute girls. I have a girlfriend. Besides, look at the context. She doesn't want me to write back. Just because that's what it says, that isn't what she means. But that's what she wrote. This rockfish kid chick totally still wants you. It even says it right there. I read it. I know what it says. I told you, you have to look at the context. She said I drifted away from her, and everything there shows she accepted that. I think the reason she wrote me is that she just wants to. I guess, partly amicably. Wants to part amicably. But we're done. She doesn't want to get back together, or whatever you're thinking. As I think about it more, it sounds to me like I'm just trying to make excuses for myself. It's not a good place to be. I'm positive that she doesn't want me to write her back. I can live with that. If I were to write her back and get less than desirable response, or no response, then I would just be crushed. Perhaps the fear of that is why I'm trying to justify my decision. It could be, but I don't want to think about it. The thought is oddly repulsive. Why is this such a big deal to you anyway? Because you should write back to her. She wants you to. I want to see what the response is going to be. Damn, it doesn't even have to be nice letter. That's cool too, but you could write an angry letter and call her out. That's my new attack strategy. I'm just gonna call women out. You should try it. Even if she wrote me a letter, you have to understand what that means. Writing someone a letter is different now. It's not something you just do. Not in this kind of situation. You can pick up your phone and call someone across the world in an instant. Talk to them almost like they were there with you. Send them an email, they'll be notified instantly that they got it and can reply back just like that. A letter can be a personal thing, but she wanted to keep me at an arm's distance. It's not like I can pop over there and visit her. If I had her number, I could call her. If I had her mail, I could mail her. If she really wanted to hear back from me, she would have dropped one of those in there.
And she's gonna make all the call-out posts on twitter.com.
Kenji is Eggman from the Sonic fandubs. I'm making a call-out post on my twitter.com. Why does my autocorrect? Never trust autocorrect. So I'm making a call-out post on my twitter.com. Shadow the Hedgehog. Shadow the Hedgehog, you're a bitch-ass motherfucker. I'm just hearing Kanji shout. Who posted my nudes on twitter.com? I'm coming to make an announcement. Hoshiuta is a bitch-ass motherfucker. He pissed on my fucking wife. Wait, that's the wrong script. Anyway. I feel silly for continuously reassuring myself that I'm not fazed by Iwanaka writing to me, when it's so obvious that I am. It could be like a gradual thing for her. She might be too shy to call you up. Remember, my girlfriend always sent me text messages because she was so shy. It was annoying as hell, man. I didn't even really give a shit about phones, so I didn't have the thing. It turns out I had to pay for every single one. But I don't like phones, so I couldn't even call her back to tell her to cut that out. I did it anyway, though. I called her out, even used a phone. It was literally the call out. I guess it was. Even if he's right, it means that Iwanako still wants to keep her distance from me. She's not ready to chat with me comfortably. Why? Am I some kind of freak? I'm not reassured by her actions anyway, in that case. Maybe I am overthinking it, but I just don't know. Kenji can't think of anything to say to that, and the silence that follows is so awkward and thick that I start to count the seconds till he makes up a reason to leave and excuses himself. I miss her. Your ex? Yeah, even if she was insane, it was nice being with her. My back hurts. If she was still around, I could tell her to massage it. I don't know how to use an oven either. I miss baked food.
That's the saddest statement I've read.
I don't know how to use an oven. I miss baked food. And we would go bowling in the hallway sometimes. Damn, Kenji. Oh. I missed that too. I had to bowl all by myself during that last festival. You bowl in the hallway? You're gonna hit someone. She used to say that all the time. Kenji sighs nostalgically, clearly not appreciating how badly someone can get hurt by slipping on a bowling pin. Apparently neither did his girlfriend, since she bowled with him. What a strange definition of love, but I guess it's something. Maybe you should write her a letter. If she writes back, you can get married. Married? No. No, no, no. No. Fine, but why not? You clearly like her, even though you hate women. Feminists. Not women, feminists. There's a difference. There are non-feminist women. Damn, your discrimination is incredible. Correlation doesn't equal causation. Even if she is insane and a woman, it doesn't mean she is a feminist insane woman. I'm curious who Kenji would date. Whoever it was, she should probably be given a medal. It's like how the absence of evidence isn't the evidence of absence. If it's true, then by the relative property, the presence of evidence doesn't equal the evidence of presence. Actually, I think it is, and I don't think it's called the relative property. No, shut up. It's mathematical. Are you saying math is wrong? I think he is wrong. Even Kenji has someone that he likes. I'm tempted to ask why he and his ex broke up, or to dig for more information in general, but I shouldn't. Not only would it be prying, but he might reverse the question back to me. This conversation makes me think about Shizune, although the thoughts I'm having are scattered and wispy. Just questions. Wonder if I even had the chance to love Yuinako, and this whole situation with her still stings me, a sour note in the back of my mind. I like Shizune much more. Yet it feels like I'm chasing her, even now. I don't mind the chase, but I want to close that distance between us. Yuinako's letter is responsible, but I've also felt this way for a while. I've come closer, but it's not enough. I want to try again, right now. I tell Kenji to get out so I can change and then head for the student council room. I think... Oh, we're still on the anchor. Wow. Long scene. The grounds are mostly deserted today, which is a shame because it's so nice out. No one answers when I knock. I try to go in anyway, but it's locked. When I pull my hand away from the doorknob, it's covered in dust. It looks like no one's been here since we left. Since I'm already out here and dressed, I might as well get something to eat in town. My wallet's back in my room, though. On the way back there, I stumble across Misha sitting down behind the main building. Her eyes are closed in sleep, and she looks very tranquil. It's always been hard to picture her not constantly bouncing around or hopping on the tips of her toes impatiently. My first instinct is to call out to her and ask her if she has seen Shizune, or if she wants to go to town with me. But now that I've seen her, I don't feel like disturbing her. I leave her alone. That was a shockingly peaceful and cute Shizune, or Misha CG. Boom, 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 boom. Oh no, my menu. Check. Roadmap. For the few days after I was back, I almost forgot that I was in the student council. I managed to pick up here and there that the student council usually gets swamped with work around the end of the break, but it didn't have to be the case. The few times when I managed to catch Shizune or Misha, they were in too much of a hurry for me to get a chance to ask if they needed help. Anytime they weren't, I'd only be able to get a hold of Misha. Shizune would say something about how there was work, but it was so little that involving either Misha or I would only bore us. After a while, the idea of having some free time again had started to grow on me, though there were still periods when I felt like I had too much of it. Just when I was getting used to it, though, things changed again. Now I find myself back in the student council room, arguing with Shizune about whether tissue boxes make good ballot boxes or not. I'm telling you, they work just fine as long as we get the cube-shaped ones, not the rectangular ones. Misha, can you sign that to her? I've kind of got my hands full. On second thought, forget it. She's busy cutting out ballot slips, so if she were to make one errant movement, she would probably send those scissors flying into someone's head. Drop the box of poster paints I'm carrying onto my little table in the student council room and cough as a wave of dust hits me in the face. It really has been a while. Do you think we should change the size of the ballot slips? What? But Shi-chan, I already cut out so many of them. We can make them smaller. It will be more efficient. We just have to shrink the font. More ballots will fit in a single box that way. We'll only need half the amount of paper then. The format for voting can be changed. It can be more like a real election. Then we might be able to get away with buying less boxes. With the money left over, we can get a pizza, or maybe Chinese, or a cake, or three bowls of the new ramen bowl I want to try. Shizune excitedly rubs a finger along the frame of her glasses as she ponders more ways to cut even half a yen of spending off of our budget. Since I think she's the only one who knows what our budget is, I'm scared to ask just how tiny it is for her to have to do this. What about all the ballot slips Misha cut out already? Don't worry. I can make them into memo pads and sell them in the school store. Shi-chan, they don't look very cute, though. Shizune seems to disagree. Now they're arguing, but it looks like it consists of nothing more than signing yes they do and no they don't at each other, until they're so tired of it they're just taking turns pointing at each other commandingly. It's strange, partly because it looks kind of ridiculous, but also because I've never seen them disagree. Then again, both of them have looked very stressed these past few days. Shizune has been increasingly absorbed in the idea of student council elections, though they're months away. I imagine this is how politicians act when they realize a regime change is imminent and their era is over. I'm having trouble taking student council matters seriously at all, even now, as I practice my calligraphy on signs that won't go up for weeks, but I can understand why Shizune does. After all, she's been student council president for 3 years. According to her dad, she's wanted the job for even longer. I guess 3 years is too short a career for her to leave feeling satisfied. Did the last student council go through this much trouble to make it a smooth transition for you? Shizune makes a chagrined face that tells me they weren't very helpful at all. I guess you're doing all this to set a good example then? That only comes into play if they learn anything from it, Hee-chan. If they don't, I'll be hyper mad. If they turn out to be the flaky type, I'll definitely be hard on them. It doesn't sound very threatening when Misha is saying it. So you've already met them? Aha, Hee-chan, there are no candidates yet. What? None? Not even for student council president. That is why I'm trying to drum up interest for the position. What do you think? She proudly holds up a poster she's been working on herself. It looks very military. You might be taking this a little too seriously then. Shizune frowns and plays with her glasses, offended. Is that weird? Yes. She looks oddly happy that I'm disagreeing with her, and I think that if she weren't genuinely focused on what she was doing, she would try to argue with me just because it would be interesting to her. What's weird about it? It looks like she will do that after all. But then, Shizune waves her hand dismissively like she's trying to catch the words in the air and delete them. Instead, she catapults into insulting her future successors. Well, one thing that's weird is that in my old school, the elections would happen in about 6 months, since, we're graduating in March. It's pretty weird to think about them so early. It's a little different here. Hee-chan, I'll be discouraged if we don't have any replacements when we have to go, Shi-chan says. But, it isn't like the school will stop running without a student council. It'll be harder for them to hand out forms, though. Shizune isn't laughing, however. Misha's joke causes her to flinch, as if she were stung. Though Misha didn't mean for it to come out that way, her quip has a callous cruelty to it in the end. I'm trying to get more people to run, but everyone is so lazy. They think they can take it easy because there are no deadlines yet. Slackers, not taking the early game advantage. Still 6 months away. If they aren't making their move now, they don't deserve a vote. Do they really think it's such an easy job that they can do everything at the last minute and then coast into the role? Insulting. Really, really. They're going to be eaten alive once they have to sit at this tiny desk and see just how much work they have to do. If this were a real election, they would be in deep trouble. I was reading about Japanese campaigning laws the other day. Only the bad ones, for some reason. For some reason. For a second, Shizune was talking like her father there, and it was coming out of Misha's mouth. Creepy. Well, first off, Shadow Shogun. You can't really make that call. They'll be elected. Second, it's just a school election. It's not like running for city council or the Diet. I don't think Japanese campaigning laws apply. Third, although I don't want to say it, I'm nervous that Shizune is so enthusiastic about this, talking of elections and votes. According to her dad, she wasn't even elected herself. Come to think of it, I can't remember Shizune ever saying she was elected either. Then did she get the position by being recruited into the student council and having it fall apart until she was the only one left? Somehow I'd never considered it. I don't know what to think about that, but it wouldn't surprise me. We're only 3 people strong now. If the circumstances behind her becoming the student council president were that sad, I wonder if there will be a vote at all. Interest could just be that low, or non-existent really. Then all her energy would be going towards nothing. I slap an exclamation mark on the end of the poster I'm working on. It's a little plain, so I think adding 1 is okay. Actually, it still might be a little too plain. I make the mark twice as large. I still say you need to slow down. This stuff isn't going to be relevant for months. Maybe you're working a little too hard on it. That's what I think. You're worrying too much. Don't know how to sign the word relevant. I try and only end up flicking a long line of paint where I didn't intend to. There is no way I can fix that. Misha, can you ask her that? Shizune giggles silently, clenching her teeth so that no sound actually comes out. Because there's a lot to worry about. Like what? Like, Usually the boxes end up looking very pretty, so people take them. Have to plan for that. Haha, we should make them funny looking this time then, so no one will take them. How about that, Shi-chan? We can draw some weird faces on them, or we can put a little picture of Shizune on each one saying stealing is wrong. No, it's not funny. It's not the only problem either. There is voter turnout, of course. And then the worst case scenario would be not having any candidates. Though it seems she meant it jokingly from the way she smiles as she signs it, that isn't how it comes out. Even Misha understands that the possibility is very real, and though she tries to salvage the mood by punctuating Shizune's statement with a laugh, it doesn't work. What is wrong with the both of you? I was just making a joke. There actually is some interest this year. If there wasn't, would I be doing all this work? I'm not stupid. When the elections are over, I'll buy everyone dinner. I'm already planning it. Even the new student council? No, they can buy their own celebration dinner. It will only be for the current student council. I'll be happy once I'm through having to do these thankless jobs all the time. A dinner just for us? Yay! It's like a little party, Shi-chan. Though her cheerfulness is obviously forced, I say nothing. For the rest of the period, which fortunately isn't very long, we work in silence. Still roadmap. I'm surprised how long these scenes are, actually. After classes, I find the student council room locked. It's strange because Shizune was so busy earlier that I would expect her to continue working after school. It would be what she would normally do. Maybe she listened to my suggestion and decided to take a break. I'm hoping it's that simple. Feeling a little uneasy, I take a brief stroll around the school. It's only half conscious. I can't remember when I started moving my feet, but I've already covered enough of the campus that I'm starting to feel tired. Not that that means anything now. Just a short stroll around the school grounds and I'm already winded. Really pathetic. Before I know it, I'm back in front of the student council office. There's someone else too this time. Hi, Hee-chan. It's locked. Seeing a can of lemonade in her hand, I reflexively start looking for a vending machine nearby. I'm so thirsty. I know that, Hee-chan. Shi-chan is somewhere else, I guess. Weird. Hahaha, we weren't stuck together, Hee-chan. Misha takes a long drink from her lemonade, eventually just tipping it over and pouring the rest into her mouth. I feel like I'm being mocked. Do you want one, Hee-chan? No, it's okay. I can't take someone else's drink, it's rude. Besides, you're making fun of me, aren't you? I just saw you inhale all of that. I have another in my bag. I was prepared, see? See? I'm just like Shi-chan. She's a little too prepared. It's good some of that is rubbing off on you anyway. After what, 2 years? Wahahaha. The way she stares at me as I drink is a little disconcerting, but I'm too grateful to care much about it. You and Shizune always end up treating me to something. It's starting to embarrass me. Really, Hee-chan? Buy me lunch sometime then, okay? Then we'll be even. It's funny you should say that. I was going to ask if you wanted to eat in this town. Yeah, I'm really hungry today, Hee-chan. Thanks. Yesterday. I was going to ask her yesterday. Misha cuts me off before I can finish the sentence, and I can't find an opening to correct her as she dashes enthusiastically around me, laughing, her arms flapping excitedly at her sides. I already have my wallet with me, so I start walking towards town with Misha trailing behind me, playing idly with her hands and loudly wondering to herself where we should go eat. At least I think so. She could be asking me. Do you have anywhere specific where you want to go? I want to go to the tea house. They have a really big parfait there. I saw you eat a parfait there last time. It looked really big. No. This one is really, really big. It's also really expensive. Really, really expensive? A little. Jeez, well, you and Shizune paid for my food a bunch of times, so it's fine. Hee-chan, I don't think I ever did that. Are you sure it wasn't just Shi-chan? Are you really arguing against a free meal? Don't worry about it. We go to the Shanghai and are seated by a waitress who is surprisingly not Yuko. Misha is very eager to eat that parfait because she shouts her order as soon as she walks through the door. When it arrives, I can see it is both very big and very expensive looking. Aren't you going to order anything, Hee-chan? If you're hungry, we can share. Nah, I don't like parfaits. I don't like pralin. You can pick it out. You can't just pick out pralin, don't be silly. Even if I could, Misha is mashing her food together to the point where it's no longer possible. It also looks kind of gross. Wonder if that many flavors can even blend together well. Can she really taste anything in that goop? She's acting like it's delicious, anyway. Parfaits are the best. I have sensitive teeth, so ice cream is a no-no. Cake is too soft, though. If there's too much icing, I get bored. Parfait is interesting. How many cafes have parfaits here? I think 10. I've tried them all. I like this one the best. It has a little flan. You sound like you're some kind of dessert expert. Not just dessert. I want to eat all kinds of delicious things. Someday I'll have enough money to buy a 2-kilogram Matsusaka beefsteak. It's like over 100,000 yen. Guess this kind of decadent food is kind of your hobby then? A hobby isn't something that should take months to learn about someone. I've been very rude in retrospect. Also, that is one pricey hobby. I guess so. Decadent? Yeah. Misha giggles, raising her hand to her face. Looks like some ice cream accidentally got on her nose. She doesn't notice it. I can't stop noticing it. I wish she would wipe it off. I'm about to tell her about it, but she suddenly says, I don't know what that means. Oh, I guess it's a bad word anyway. It has implications. Epicurean is better. It means someone who enjoys eating nice food. That's the adjective, though, so epicure is the word for it. Wahahaha. Hee-chan, you're too wordy. Sorry. I think that is what Shi-chan likes about you. Because I'm wordy? Need to buy some thesauruses then. No, not like that, Hee-chan. I decided to order some coffee after all, but it takes a while to get the waitress to notice. I think actually getting my coffee will take about as long. The tea shop is filling up. No surprise, we've already been here for almost an hour. She was chipping at the dessert. I order my coffee to go, but Misha orders one as well, so it seems that we're going to be here longer than I thought. I really wish it was that easy. It's hard to talk to her lately. Shi-chan's been busy because of the elections. I know we can't have fun all the time. It's just, there's a lot I want to say to her, I think. I always screw up when the time comes, though. And I don't even have the time now, because of the elections. They're not for a while, though. Hee-chan, do you think that Shi-chan is avoiding you? Misha sounds angry. That's to be expected, but I don't feel that way at all. No. Is that so? The dreamy way in which she says it makes me think that Misha is disappointed with my answer. In that case, it could be how she feels. I'm uneasy asking such a question, but I trust Misha would answer it honestly. Otherwise, I wouldn't even dream of it. Do you? No, of course not, Hee-chan. But it's frustrating sometimes. Shi-chan has so much energy and is always trying to make people feel as excited about things as she is. But it's like Shi-chan doesn't know how to handle things when everyone gets really hyped up. Or, I think that she wants to make sure nothing goes wrong. When I really want to help out, Shi-chan always pushes me away. It's frustrating. I'm just overthinking it probably. Right? Misha takes a big gulp from her cup of coffee, then sticks her tongue out. Ow. Hot, hot, hot. Thought it would have cooled down by now. Has it really been that long? Check my watch. It hasn't been that long at all. It hasn't been very long at all, but looking outside, the sun is already starting to set. Not really, huh? It got dark out pretty quickly today, though, so I could understand why you might think that. At my words, Misha looks outside and yawns almost immediately. She looks sleepy. That's funny because... Are you sleepy? You were wide awake like just 2 seconds ago. I feel tired when it gets dark, Hee-chan. Just like that? Are you a bird? I pick up my own coffee and have a sip. It's not very hot at all, but very tasty. I down it quickly as possible because now I want to get back to my dorm room as well. Misha tries to emulate me, but it's still too hot for her. While I wait for her to finish, I start to wonder what she meant back then about Shizune liking something about me. Suddenly I'm very curious, but dragging that back up now feels like an unnecessary action. I try to weigh the option again, but am interrupted by Misha slamming her empty cardboard cup down on the table with a loud pop. Done! She lets out a short laugh, seemingly very pleased with herself. Kind of like a toddler. Wonder if she had that drill-shaped haircut when she was little too. Or was it something more like her current look? It would make more sense. I guess we should head back then. I can't see the waitress. Try not to fall asleep while I pay for the sundae, okay? Not a sundae, it's a parfait, Hee-chan. Mwahaha. You have ice cream on your nose. Alright, getting some water. In class the next afternoon, I should save. A cute triangle. Boom. I'm 2 problems into a math logic worksheet when a folded up piece of paper hits me in the head. I'm sure I know who it's from, but I quickly look around the classroom anyway, just in case. No one in this classroom is good at acting casual. I can tell that everyone saw who threw it at me, and looking at the culprit herself, it was obviously Shizune. She isn't even trying to be coy about it. The countryside is so different. In my old school, I would have no idea who it was right now. Opening up the note, it says, Misha is absent. Help me out after school. Today after school. I don't understand what's with the note. Why can't you just use sign language? A large part of how I learned sign language was by copying Misha's style of signing her words as she speaks, so I end up blurting out the sentence out loud as I sign it to Shizune. A slight laugh goes around the room. How awkward. I'll help if I don't have to do a lot. That's silly. Obviously, if Misha is absent, you have to help as much as 2 people. I don't know if that really means anything. After all, Misha was complaining yesterday mostly about how Shizune wouldn't let her help her. I don't do much as is either. After pretending to think it over a bit, I write her a note back telling her I will. I'm actually happy she asked me, because I've been meaning to talk to her for a while. It's a good opportunity, but I feel like I should at least make it look like I'm putting up some resistance to the idea. I go back to my worksheet and immediately get stuck on the 3rd problem. After trying to work around it, I casually toss my own note over to Shizune. It says, why is Misha absent, and what's the answer to question 3? She told me that she was sick and her stomach hurt. Misha gets stomach aches a lot, but I wish she'd picked a better time for it this week. Use sign language. I think she has a stomach ache because of the way she sucked down a parfait larger than her head the other day. If she gets them quite often, though, either it's a coincidence or she has a habit of eating things that can put her in debilitating pain. Notice the teacher staring at us disapprovingly. I don't blame him. We're talking in class and with sign language in quite a visible and distracting way. I try clearing my throat to back out of our conversation, but Shizune doesn't get the hint. Well, obviously. Before I try to get the message across again with my hands, however, I can see Shizune notices what's up. She just doesn't care. Do you still want to know the answer to question 3? I will tell you, but you have to give me the answer for question 25. I was just thinking about how a teacher who didn't know sign language could think we were abusing it and using it to cheat. If you were to assume the worst, I can't believe you're actually doing that. And I'm not up to 25. I've heard about people, enough lactose intolerant people to believe that, yeah. There's something about lactose intolerant people that just like... I haven't met many, but I know they the ones I have met definitely do sneak away dairy treats, because it's hard to resist. You wanted to know what the answer to 3 was. You asked first. Hypocrite. You're the student council president. You can't cheat. I don't have time for this, and I think I'm trying the teacher's patience to the breaking point. I'd like to continue taking pot shots at her while working on the math problems in front of me, but it would require at least 2 extra hands. Zune is a bit more creative and gets around this limitation by using long, semi-broken strings of simpler words. I take a couple mental notes in between being dizzied by a couple of particularly long equations. Right before the bell rings, she caps her pen and triumphantly slams on her desk with an ear-popping crack that makes the whole room jump, quickly forgotten because everyone would rather go to lunch than question its origin. After a couple brief stretches, she gets up and hovers around my left shoulder. Are you still not done? I was going to ask if you wanted me to hand in yours too while I was up. Someone distracted me. I had to beg the teacher to give me 9 minutes between now and the end of the passing to finish it. It's not easy to solve this one-handed while having a conversation, by the way. He wasn't happy with the request, wanting to get out of here as much as I do. Since I'm only one problem away from finishing, it looks like Shizune doesn't really believe me. The second I'm done handing it in, I find myself being dragged to the student council room. I have to say, I'm so glad to not have to do any math anymore. I fucking hate doing math. I hate math worksheets. So annoying. I hate them. I'm so glad I don't have to take any more math classes. It's eerily and annoyingly clean. I can't find what I was working on yesterday. Where is everything? I did some cleaning. That doesn't tell me anything. See, it's like you forgot where you even put the stuff you put away. Oh well, if I can't find it, I guess I'll just go home. It's in the drawer right there. Shizune sulks as I pull out the posters I was working on and then shuffle them around a little, since she stacked them by color. It's not that I'm taunting her, I just have my own system, although I doubt she would believe me if I were to tell her. I like it when things are a little messy. It's more natural, and a time saver. It's all right where I left it, and I don't have to go looking through shelves just to find what I was working on yesterday. Lazy. It's not true. I'm not lazy, you just always go too far. Quickly glance at her desk. A memo pad neatly placed at one corner, behind it a small desk calendar with each box filled with notes, in a neat but microscopic handwriting. On the right, 3 boxes of pens, in blue, black, and red. Look, you even put the pens back in the original box at the end of the day, all color-coded and everything. I don't think that can even be called being a neat freak. What do you do with them? Throw them in a mug on your desk? Hey, I think that's being organized enough. You're so disorganized you can't even comb your hair down properly. That hurts. It's not like I don't try, it just won't stay flat. I pick up a box of pens and quickly pop it open to see if she also puts them in, so they're all facing the same direction. She understands what I'm thinking and doesn't look very amused. Turns out that the box wasn't closed properly on the bottom, and as soon as I pick it up, they immediately pour out of it like a waterfall. My fault. I'll get them, don't worry. I bend down to pick up the pens, forgetting that with her attention focused on them, she couldn't have possibly seen me signing to her. Shizune's head bumps into my chest, not very hard, but it unbalances me enough to make me fall over. I laugh it off and then expect her to do the same. When she stiffens and backs away from me instead, a feeling of dread begins to creep over me. That is a weird reaction. I start to think about why she would have such a strange reaction. It's pretty obvious, she just bumped headfirst into someone with a heart condition. Shizune would know I have one, having seen the rows and rows of pills lining the edge of my dresser. Or at the very least, she would know I have something severe enough to require that much medication, but not visible at a glance. So she's treating me like I'm made of glass. For her, it's the natural way to react. I haven't forgotten how she freaked out back when Emmy knocked into me. Why would it be any different for her? I'm sure she's remembering that right now. I can see it on her face. She looks angry at herself. It would be a good opportunity to bring up at that time. Even though I don't want to drag that back up, it'd be a good idea to. It would clear the air. Still, I'm afraid, ended up saying nothing. Partly because as I imagine having to draw her attention from the floor, and then having to decide what kind of cripple I am to her one gesture at a time, the idea begins to seem more and more depressing. What is happening? My fucking reading. Oh my god. I think my monitor's too big. I'm reading this in full screen, and I have a 32-inch monitor. I'm reading too fast to actually, read the context. Taking a seat, I decided to just try and finish up these posters to get my mind off of it. There are some that I don't remember making. From the wall-to-wall text and alternate handwriting, I can tell Shizune must have done these. That means that the remainder must have been done by Misha. They are a lot more visual, with cute little stylized pictures of us on them. I don't know how I feel about being used as a mascot character, but I'm not really thrilled by it. Some time passes, long enough for the sun to start setting. I hear Shizune putting down her pen and cracking her knuckles methodically, one at a time. It's so loud in the silence of the room that I look up, wondering if she's trying to get my attention. Although it wasn't what she intended when she notices me looking up at her, Shizune begins to sign without skipping a beat. Let's take a break. I'm surprised you would say that. It's okay. I'm almost done anyway. And I'm hungry, aren't you? A little. I'm really hungry. We could order something. I was thinking of you. I already have something to eat. Where? She produces a cinnamon bun from under her desk, raising it to head level slowly, like a magician levitating a rock. But there is only one. Not enough for the both of us. Ah, how dramatic. I can tell what this means. A feeling of deja vu briefly washes over me. We could just split it. That's no fun. So boring. Let's play shogi for it. She already has the board out. That desk must have everything in it. Not chess? Chess has boring promotions. This is better. I don't know about that. I'm actually pretty decent at shogi, so this is fine. Is that so? Okay, we can make it a little more interesting. Each move has to be completed in 30 seconds. You can add a rule too. No thanks. Anything I add would only hurt me more than it would help. A 30-second time limit is already too tight for me. You're making me regret thinking it was alright to brag a little. After Shizune wins the right to go first in a quick coin toss, she immediately starts playing with the aim of promoting all her pieces as soon as possible. Seems like a very basic playstyle, and I can't help thinking it might be a trap of some sort. It's not, though. The draw of this game to Shizune appears to be the fact that she can upgrade her pieces and steal mine. She's very good at it, but it makes her predictable. I end up doing a little better than I expected to. The 30-second time limit is pretty painful, though. The game ends in a draw. At this point, I think you're either supposed to go for a rematch or tally the pieces for points. Shizune doesn't want to go again in the interest of time, but winning on points clearly doesn't satisfy her. She sits there, shifting a silver general from one edge to the other as she contemplates which of those two options she'll go for. It takes so long that I think she's forgotten about the bet. Eventually, she stops fiddling with the shogi piece and puts it down. Is Misha angry at me? That really came out of nowhere. Shizune's frankness is disorienting because, with her, any kind of candor is a sign of total seriousness. There's no playful smile on her face. Instead, it's her usual stoic mask of concentration, ready to try and see if I'm about to tell her the truth. I'm upset that she thinks that I would tell her anything else, but I also know now that they probably have fought recently, out of my sight, and it makes me feel warm to know that they both care about each other so much. No, I strongly doubt it. Do you know that she thinks you're angry at her? Shizune nods slowly and uncomfortably. Yes. She was more roundabout with the question than you. Kind of surprising, because I thought you were the one who liked playing games. Not all the time. Are you two having some kind of fight? No. She's very quick to deny it, and not happy with her thoughts. I feel like I've stepped on a landmine. Sorry. Actually, yes. Just a tiny one. I know that she has no interest in the student council. She only joined because of me. I'm still grateful. I'm so happy she's my friend, but I don't understand what she's upset about this time. Why don't you just ask her? She won't tell me. Come on. Tired of yawning. I'll figure it out by myself instead. I was sure that I was very perceptive, even if I can't hear. That was dumb. I know better now. It is probably something that is my fault. Shizune doesn't elaborate further on what it could have been. I'm sure that it's because she doesn't fully understand the situation herself. The lack of contractions actually fucking with my head. I don't like it. Please use contractions more. It's odd to think that Shizune, usually so sure of everything, could be scared by a little argument with a friend. But the more I think about it, the more it makes sense. They're a lot closer to each other than normal friends, and Shizune is pretty isolated from other people in a way. The fact that she's deaf is no small part of it. But I get the feeling that she uses Misha as a buffer between other people of her own will, not just because it's being forced onto her. She can communicate well enough with her little pad. She just hates it. After such a long time of talking through another person, I guess you start to lose touch. It seems unavoidable. Isn't such a far-out idea to think that she isn't that great with people. I return to working, kind of wanting to eat that cinnamon bun more as time drags on. When I count the shogi pieces still left out on Shizune's table, I can tell at a glance she would win. I'm also too hungry to concentrate if we were to have a rematch. Motivated by my desire to wrap up and eat something, I put the finishing touches on the last of the posters. Done. I think this many is enough. Too many can be a bad thing. Okay. That's it? Just okay? I'll probably do some myself after I'm done picking what voting format to go with. Too many posters is bad, too. Haven't you ever heard of oversaturation? Oh, that's the first time I've coughed like that in a while. I might need to get more water if these scenes are taking long. I really think you're trying too hard. Tinting her fingers, Shizune looks like she can almost admit it. Maybe. It's what Misha thinks too. I watch as her fingers continue uneasily twining around and pulling at each other in a miniature tug-of-war. I don't mind, but I asked her in a couple classes today, and interest is low. It's like you said, so... Does that make it wrong? No, but it does make it kind of pointless. It's not. Yeah, but to who? I doubt even Shizune truly believes that. I'm not doing all this work just for my own ego. That isn't what I mean. The first chance to be alone with her in days, and I've already really cocked it up. Still, she doesn't actually look angry. It's more like she's frustrated that she can't express herself clearly enough. Since she's an expert in sign language, I wouldn't think that would be the case. I wonder what advantage being able to speak would offer her, and if she has ever thought about it. It's another project of mine. Just like the festivals, I'm going to do it, because it's my job. Just that a student council election isn't as fun as a festival, so no one cares. She briefly touches her fingertips together, as if to say, but maybe. There is some truth to it, but Shizune doesn't want to say anything that could be boiled down into something so glib. But I don't care. I want to get people riled up. But it isn't about me. I don't want to be involved at all. What do you mean? You go to like every single festival. Shizune waves her hand in mock indignation. Well, I have to have fun too, but you know it's not the same thing. Her spirits seem to have improved. She can manage to crack a joke. I don't want anyone to make a point of me being involved. It's a hassle. I don't want that responsibility. Things are becoming too complicated now as is. The more I try to hype up the elections, the more involved I have to be. No one wants to play their hand yet, and it doesn't feel like my time is over, even though it should. Crossing her arms and leaning back, she grinds her teeth together in frustration. They're all so lazy. It's impossible to get them to do anything. Anywhere else, the elections would be an exciting event. It's illogical. Why does everyone here have to be so different? If only there was some way to punish them. Like chaining the school to their desks. Voting is mandatory. If you don't vote, you get whipped. Terrifying. I wonder how hypocritical it would be if I were to stay in bed on election day. With the flu, and a cold, and strep throat, and a sprained ankle. You should put yourself on one of these. Not as punishment, don't misunderstand. I hold up one of Misha's posters. Like this, it's kind of a neat idea. Misha was onto something. It's a lot cuter than just text. I think you'd like it. Having cute mascots would drum up some excitement. Maybe if it's just Misha. Why not me? Someone told me that the school has slightly more girls than boys. You have to cater to that demographic too. Shizune giggles, audibly this time. I'm surprised, and when she sees my face, so is she. Her face flushes pink, embarrassed to have let out a sound, which is really confusing to say the least. Why don't you put yourself on it? She just waves my question away. It's troublesome. What do you mean, troublesome? Everyone knows that you're in the student council. My stomach growls, making me realize that I'm hungrier than I'd thought. Shizune uses the moment to deflect my question by changing the subject. Is something wrong? No, my stomach growled. I see. She looks at the forgotten pastry on her desk, then frowns, finding it inadequate for 2 people. Let's go to the Shanghai if you're that hungry. It might be a little busy this late, but Yuko is working there today. We'll definitely get a table. There's something worryingly underhanded in that smile. I'll pass. I've already been there twice this week, back to back. Shizune pounced, leaning back against the desk and scrunching up her posture in protest. What? I'm disappointed you said no. Well, I can't agree with you on everything. You don't give your opinion often enough anyway. It would be easiest for me if it was like that, but not very interesting, right? There are some decisions you should disagree with me on then. You have a duty to. How am I supposed to know which is which? It's easy. No, it's not. Sometimes it's hard for me to tell whether you're joking or serious. Although since she communicates entirely in sign language, that would seem pretty obvious. I wouldn't say that's all there is to it, though. Remember when I had my heart attack, Iwanako wouldn't stop talking at first. Eventually I wished that she would just shut up. Or I would have, if I hadn't been so happy to have had any kind of company at all. Gradually I stopped being so grateful. When we talked, it felt like it was nothing more than ritualized exchanges of politeness. Iwanako tried extremely hard to obfuscate how she felt, which was that I was hopeless. In the end, her outer behavior matched her inner feelings. For that reason, I was able to accept it when one day she stopped showing up. I was no longer surprised by the time it happened. Even though she considered herself a master at hiding her feelings, I was not surprised. I've heard that games like shogi and chess can tell you a lot about a person. I wish I knew what Shizune thought they said about me. Could be that I'm a little more like Iwanako than I'd like to think. If I can only tie with Shizune by retreating. I suggest that we order out. This should be Dewey decimated. And then we have 2 scenes left. One of them has a choice. And as we'll find next stream, one of them has a censorable scene. Oh. The next day, I walk up to my usual vending machine at lunch, only to find that it's out of my favorite drink. Secreted so far away from most of the classrooms, between a storeroom and the library, it's like no one knew about it. I expected a vending machine so close to the library to be booming with customers, but then again, the library is empty most of the time, and anyone who goes there is only doing it to look for stuff to pad a paper with. No one stays there longer than they absolutely have to. For the past month, it's been working out in my favor, but the trade-off with a vending machine no one knows about is that it's never restocked. Settling for a can of orange soda, I decide on drinking it here instead of waiting until I get to the cafeteria, when the library door opens next to me. Ah! I've been looking for you. Oh no. Yuko seems to be acting a lot more assertive than usual today, although it isn't enough to keep her from going back to mumbling immediately afterwards. Return your books, please. I mean the library's books. The books you checked out are really overdue. Some of them are on waiting lists. Oh, I forgot. I keep checking out new ones and forget to return the old ones. That happens to me all the time at the university library, so it's so embarrassing. Do they send someone to try and get you to bring them back? No. The university library is bigger. They don't notice if I happen to borrow something longer than normal. It's convenient because their policy on keeping the books too long is really strict. Stricter than here. Like how despite what she said, Yuko has no problem with borrowing books. For longer than she is supposed to anyway. Makes her being so on top of my own lateness a little hypocritical. Takes a thief, I guess. Catching on to the meaning of her words around the same time I do, Yuko clams up and starts backpedaling furiously. That's different from this situation. It's totally different. Yuko stares at her nails for a second as if she really wants to bite them, but is too self-conscious to do so. For instance, how long it's been. You checked out some of those books months ago, Hiseo. Sorry, it's just that other people want to read them too. If you're a slow reader, that's okay though. No, it's a total screw-up on my part. To be honest, I haven't even read some of them. I shouldn't keep taking out books when I have a backlog. That's not good. Yeah, it really isn't. Now I'm starting to copy her habit of trailing off quietly. Her awkwardness is very contagious for some reason. That said, I'm surprised. Yuko seems almost normal today, although every now and then her waitressy nervous tics keep popping back up. Come to think of it, she didn't act this way when I first met her. She was a little clumsy and neurotic, but it wasn't anywhere near this severe until Shizune, Misha, and I ran into her at the Shanghai. It could be that Yuko has a complex about having kids from the school seeing her waitressing. I guess it was a little odd for her to pick the closest cafe to school to work in then. In that case, maybe the place having so few customers could be considered a lucky break. Well, I get it. I'll return them right after school. As soon as possible, please. Wait, can I ask you for one more thing? Sure, what is it? Hey, I have to go for a while, but I can't just leave the library empty. Sorry, but can you ask you to watch it while I'm gone? Just for a little bit. I'll be right back as soon as possible. You're in the student council, so I'm sure if you did it, it would be okay. Alright, I'll do it, don't worry about... Thank you! Yuko quickly slides forward as if she's so grateful she's about to give me a hug, but she stops 2 centimeters into it, which ultimately just makes the gesture look extremely confusing. I'm also surprised that she can control her momentum so well, since she seems kind of clumsy. Before I can say as much as "you're welcome," she is already dashing off with the urgency of someone late to an appointment. That could be the case, but I wouldn't feel safe assuming so. It's Yuko, and she seems like the kind of person to treat everything that way. Now that I'm in the library, I feel a bit silly. I don't really know what I'm supposed to do. Should I sit down like I normally would and read? Probably would do, but wouldn't meet Yuko's high standards. Maybe I should sit at the librarian's desk and give anyone who comes in a stern and analytical glare. I use Shizune as a starting point and practice it a couple times in the mirrored surface of a pen. I think it looks pretty good. Frustratingly, no one comes in, so I give up on the idea quickly and decide to just go looking for Hanako instead. It's deserted. I think I see someone, but the second I blink, whoever it is gone. As soon as I return to Yuko's desk and crack open an interesting-looking book, a familiar person swings in front of me like a falling pendulum. Yo, librarian, I've been looking for you like 10 minutes. What? It's you? Man, you must really get around. The student council makes you get around. Those bitches. How could they? Slave drivers. He must be exaggerating because it took me 30 seconds just to do a slow walk around the whole place. The thought is overridden by my surprise to see him. Where did you come from? What are you doing here? What, can't a guy go to the library now? Can't even go to the library without some young buck like you giving me the 3rd degree over it. I see some girl coming in here all the time, but no one ever asks her what she's doing here. Is it because she reads and I don't? You must be talking about Hanako. Although I suppose they both avoid people, I want to tell him that reading is what you usually do in a library. So if he's not reading, whatever he's doing is bound to make him look way more suspicious than her. In the end, though, I'm too surprised by him practically appearing out of thin air. That doesn't tell me what you're doing here. I'm here because of you. Your response makes me feel confused. Maybe I fell asleep and this is all just some weird dream and this Kenji isn't real, but really my subconscious? This Kenji isn't real, but really my subconscious. Okay. Is he gonna start giving me deep but vaguely worded advice now? Because of you, I got chased out of my dorm by feminists. Now I wander this library like a soldier without a country. Or a ghost. I should haunt you for ruining things for me. It's a shame. It would have been an interesting dream, but it seems like this is the real deal. You had to start working with women, and that brought them to my door. You remember that? You should, since you were there. After that day, I knew they were onto me. I should have trusted my instincts, but I was young and stupid. That wasn't even a week ago. And my dad called and said one of my letters hadn't been delivered. The post office couldn't have lost it, so it must have been intercepted. Information warfare. That's when I knew my secret hideout was compromised. Now I'm on the run like a fugitive. It's code red. Dorm rooms aren't secret. They put your name and number on a board right in the doorway. I know, I saw that. They're diabolical. Why not put up a big Wild West wanted poster if they're gonna be like that? Wanted, dead or alive. Probably alive so they can clone me or turn me into a grasshopper. Jumping without warning into the empty chair opposite me, Kenji takes out a cigarette and starts spinning it between his fingers. I've never seen him smoking before, so it must be for effect. Can't even live where I want to anymore. This is where it all begins. The tactical brilliance. I mean, once they're in your home, it's over for termites. It's over, like termites. If the feminist plan for domination starts there, where the fuck can we go? The only question is how they could take a page out of the termite playbook when women are naturally repelled by What? You can never go home again. Is that how the saying goes? Man, I don't know about never. I was just there. I don't know anywhere else. I can shower and get new clothes and eat and use the bathroom and watch TV. You have to keep watching the news to get informed. For someone ousted from his dorm and living on the run, he sure has no qualms about going back there several times a day for long periods of time. But by now he's slowly turned away from me and is talking to a revolving display of murder mysteries. There's really no point in interrupting him, I guess. I finish off my soda and throw the can into the basket near the door. It hits the rim, but goes in anyway. I silently pump my fist. Kenji quickly gets up and starts to head towards the door. I wasn't really paying attention. I hope I didn't fist pump at an inappropriate moment. Where are you going? You kept sucking down that juice. So? It wasn't even juice. It was soda. It's gone now. What do you mean sucking it down? I had 2 sips. Yeah, right, you had like 50 million sips. It's not even possible. Maybe for you. I go beyond the impossible all the time. Okay, whatever. Now I'm thirsty too. I'm going to get my own juice. I'll be right back. He does come almost right back, so quickly that I suspect he knows about my secret vending machine. I got you one too. Hope you like grape juice. We're even for the pizza now. Thanks. I want to tell him that I lent him nearly 10 times the cost of a can of grape juice, but that might make me seem petty. Unopposed, Kenji sits down and starts fiercely drinking juice like a man with a vendetta against grapes. You know, it's a lucky break for me that I managed to run into you here, man. I kinda would need you to do me a favor. Although it's cynical, I wonder if him getting me juice was so he could ask me for this favor. If so, it's very transparent and poorly timed. I doubt Kenji would think about something so deeply, though. Just asking for things straight out is more his style. I need you to recommend me some books. But I thought you didn't read. How did you know? You told me. You said you think people discriminate against you because you don't read. Well, they do, and I do read. I read audiobooks because that's the way of the future. I have to read a book a month for literary studies, though, and I found that school doesn't really accept such classes as advanced cryptography. If I don't read a bunch of books, they're going to fail me. I can't fail literary studies. That would make me illiterate. That would mean my mom was right. My mom can't be right. I'll just have to study literacy as much as possible. What about doing some extra credit? No thanks, it's bad enough. It's bad enough I'm going to have to carry around these stupid things now. Picks up a dictionary, flips through it, and places it on the murder mystery rack behind him. Can't believe this is actually a medium that our ancestors used to look at porn. I spit my drink all over the book I'm holding, damaging it beyond any hope of repair. I quickly check the back and see its suggested retail price is 7,900 yen. I think I might have a heart attack. Wow, destroyed. Shouldn't have done that, though. They take vandalism super seriously here. You're gonna get caned. He chortles, amused, before taking an extremely long, loud sip from his can of juice. It's not vandalism. I didn't do it on purpose. You made me do it with your words. And what do you mean, caned? I don't want to be caned. Wait, chill out. I didn't mean they actually cane you. They just make you pay for it and really, really yell at you. It's like they were gonna bite my ass off. Still not that big a deal. I don't care if it's figurative. I don't want to get caned or get my ass bitten off or any kind of punishment, you dumbass. What am I gonna do? The only person in here she knows of anyway. Can't even throw the book in the trash. It'll be found. Then she'll know. Damn, dude, stop being so weird. How is it weird to not want to be fined? Man, stop flipping out, man. I'm not flipping out. I'm trying to save money. So cheap. About to strangle him when I hear Misha's wahaha coming up the hallway. Apparently Kenji hears it too and uses the opportunity to quickly vanish behind the autobiography section. like the wind. Hi, Hee-chan. Misha shouts exuberantly, dragging an embarrassed Yuko behind her. Hee-chan, were you talking to yourself? On one hand, saying yes could make me look kind of crazy. On the other hand, if I blow Kenji's cover, he might go off and make me look crazy by association. Yes. That's okay. Don't be embarrassed, Hee-chan. I do it too, sometimes when I'm alone. La la la. Nothing happened while I was gone? Absolutely nothing. It smells like, grapes. I'm wearing grape-scented cologne. I lie brazenly and obviously. For her reaction, I'm going to assume that she knows I'm lying or thinks I have an abysmal sense for colognes. Since the can of grape juice I drink from is still right there, it's likely to be the former. Fortunately, she doesn't ask any follow-up questions. What are you two doing here? We had lunch together. Strictly business. A business lunch. Try to picture Misha in a suit, having a business lunch with anyone. Somehow I just can't see it. What kind of business? You don't know? Aha, it's nothing. It's normal for one part of the student council to not know what the other is doing. Hey, don't nothing something like that. That isn't normal at all. In fact, it's bad. We're only 3 people. Yuko laughs nervously. She must be terrified. Misha says that you want to put posters in the library for the elections. Even though they're really far away. I guess it's okay. I didn't know that I could even decide those kind of things. You can, isn't that great? Aren't you happy? Yay. Misha grabs Yuko's hands and forces her to clap joyously for herself. Yuko doesn't look very happy about learning that she has more responsibility and power than she'd previously thought. Hee-chan, since you're here, you can help me put them up. Pulling out a giant stack of posters from her bag, she cuts them in half like a deck of cards and passes me the slightly smushed half. Hee-chan had a really good idea. We can put some flyers inside of books, too. Then even if they try to ignore us, they won't be able to. They could even be spring-loaded. Misha tries her best to convey the same tone Shizune used. It sounds close to the real thing, and also a little menacing. She was probably kidding. I liked it. No, please, not that. A super ultra aggressive marketing blitz. We're gonna start going door to door, too. That's a terrible idea. Misha pouts in her best Shizune impression, fingertips tapping together rapidly in annoyance. Hee-chan, you think every idea is terrible. Yeah, but that idea is too terrible. Too terrible to ignore. I can't have that. Mwahaha! Hee-chan, that sounds like a challenge. Mutiny. Mutiny is bad. Don't fight. Mwahaha, it's just a joke. Okay. Don't fight. Ha 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 ha. The way Yuko sounds like she's trying to be firm makes me think of a kindergarten teacher. Suppose that makes her very persuasive in her own way. Putting up the posters is surprisingly hard, simply because the library is already plastered with bulletin boards and flyers lining every couple meters, some of them in places so unlikely that I'd never noticed them before. Deciding which of them to peel off in favor of our own adds a lot of time to an otherwise simple job. Oh my god. By the time the bell rings to signal the end of lunch, Misha and I still have a sizable amount of posters left. As we leave, I decide to stick one right by the door. It must be the one that Misha did. It has a little drawing of Shizune on the bottom. Okay, I need water. We got like 2 scenes left. And judging by how long these have been, this should be tongue-tied. Alright. I'll be back. Alright, let's finish this route off. A couple days later, Shizune heads off to go eat lunch by herself and doesn't come back. She must really be swamped with student council work, although I know that she probably made most of that work for herself. When I get to the student council room, I find the door unlocked. Before opening it, I hold back for a second to see if I'll hear Misha's laughing through it. Nothing. I'd almost take that as a sign that no one's in, but Shizune wouldn't leave the door unlocked in that case.
Change mine.
She's at her desk, sleeping in her chair with her arms folded over her chest. What a stiff pose. If it weren't for her eyes being closed, there would be no way to tell that she was asleep. In fact, I can't even be sure that she's asleep now. Normally I'd tap a desk to wake anyone else up, but it wouldn't work with her. I immediately start thinking of tricks I could play on her if she's sleeping. It's disappointing that my train of thought goes in those kinds of directions. Hello. Good afternoon. She signs one greeting with each hand. It's really confusing. Hey, what were you doing? Secretly slacking off? Shizune smiles but lowers her head to conceal it and tries her best to look annoyed instead. Don't just stand there. It makes me nervous if I'm sitting down and you're not. I take a seat in the nearest chair while Shizune pauses to adjust her glasses on the bridge of her nose, like she's fine-tuning an instrument. Why are you so far away? Does that make you nervous too? Pursing her lips, Shizune doesn't look too amused at my taunting her. I had some free time, so I thought I would drop by and see if you were still busy. Do you want to help me? Yeah. Too bad. I'm grateful, but it's not necessary. I just finished the last of it, and now everything that needed to be done is done. So formal. Misha was just as businesslike yesterday. Are you both getting serious for official student council business? I'm always serious, like the student council candidate should be. That was fast. From zero to immediately criticizing people who aren't even her colleagues yet before I've had the chance to stretch my legs. At least the presidents. They need initiative, but then maybe they can motivate everyone else. Or at least strong-arm them along. But even though there's a bunch of them, they're also wishy-washy. There's no one running for vice president, so they'll want the big prize, but none of them have the right drive for it. And then the treasurer's always so flaky, I've decided to use my power to just eliminate the position. Wait a sec, please. Can you even do that? I don't think it works that way. It is how it is. With that, Shizune stares grimly into the distance, rubbing the frame of her glasses. That doesn't answer the question, future dictator. I'm disappointed. They should want me out of here faster, because they want the job, or at least disagree with me having the job. If I can't mobilize a bunch of student council wannabes for either reason, all my work will have been for nothing. If they're going to be so slow about it, I'll just hold on to my office as long as possible. Shizune punctuates the sentence with a snap of her fingers, creating a sound as sharp as a gunshot. Wonder if she knows how loud she can do that. It's definitely an attention grabber, so I can only see it as invaluable to a mute. She might have practiced it because of that. All of it, huh? That's too harsh. I always thought this is the real test. Leaving a lasting impression is important. It's why I don't build sandcastles. They crumble when you leave. Maybe, but if I see an especially neat one, I'll still think it's impressive. I'll say it's impressive. Kind of admire you. So to me, it wasn't for nothing. She tugs at her glasses if she wants to take them off, smiling wryly. Sorry. I was careless and something selfish slipped out. I've always wanted to stand at the top. It didn't matter what it was, as long as I was the best at it, and understood it completely and made it my own. Like when you hear a song and dream of being a musician, or see a plane and wish you could be a pilot. Have you ever had a dream like that? Yeah. First time I played soccer, wondered if maybe I could ever get good enough to wow people. That was just a fantasy though. As soon as I saw the gap between me and people with real talent, I put those dreams behind me. Well, with my heart the way it is, I can't play soccer anymore anyway. Do you still have dreams like that? No, they're unrealistic. I realized it very quickly. There is always someone better. A nostalgic expression crosses her face. She looks oddly mature right now, as if the days of competing vigorously against others for supremacy are long behind her. Of course, I know that nothing could be further from the truth. Just last week, she wanted to see which one of us could blow the biggest bubble with a piece of gum. Could be that she was even worse when she was younger. A terrifying thought. I liked that there was always someone better. When someone greater than me would appear, I'd get so excited I'd want to challenge them. Even though in the end they would usually turn out to be better, and I would be left in awe. There are some people who are on a different level, completely. After a while, I got jealous. I wanted something like that for myself. Is that what the student council is? The thing just for you? No. Even though it feels like that, sometimes that wasn't why I decided to do it. That is another story entirely. But I like being student council president. Even if the work is hard and I'm always biting off more than I can chew, that is what keeps it exciting. People at the top shouldn't be able to be comfortable all the time anyway. You sound like a farmer. Although they wouldn't suit her, Shizune would look cute in overalls and a straw hat. So if that wasn't the reason, why did you run for the job? I didn't, but afterwards I decided to stick with it anyways. I wanted to be the student council president because the old student council was stupid. And I want to stir people up so they will be able to say, that was interesting. Today was interesting. That kind of thing. Memorable experiences. I'm happy because I think we succeeded. You and Misha and me. I have a selfish desire too, though. At first it was something I thought would only be a nice bonus, but I've gotten greedy. That is why it would make me happy if the elections go smoothly. It would be the only way that I could see that my wish was granted. What is it then? It's a secret. Sensing that I might not be ready to let such a weak dodge slide by so easily, Shizune quickly waves down any attempt at a follow-up, embarrassment coloring her face. It's something she wants to keep to herself, only because it's too silly to do otherwise. I start to feel a pang of hunger and check my watch. It's earlier than it looks. Too early for dinner. Do you have any kind of food in your desk? For a second it looks like the question confuses her, but she recovers quickly. Desks are for supplies. Food is supplies. You should have eaten lunch. I didn't think it would be a problem if I didn't. If I was working, I wouldn't have to think about it. I'd be too busy to be hungry. She puts her hand up to her mouth in a poor attempt to conceal a laugh, and tries to hide it further by pretending to use it to push her glasses further up the bridge of her nose. I guess you're not, since you already ate. I'm not good enough to sign the appropriate words, so I settle for pointing at the stack of Chinese food containers leaning precariously out of the top of her trash can. Those are from yesterday. Then we're both hungry. Let's go get something to eat. Not from the cafeteria. There wasn't anything good at lunch, so I really doubt there will be anything good left over. Order something? Ordering out 2 days in a row is unnatural. Only in the case of emergencies. That is my personal policy. This is why she should think of putting some snacks in her desk. It would be easier way of dealing with these kinds of emergencies. I want to tell her, but signing out how hungry I am like 5 times has made me too tired to be a smartass. The temptation is really great though. Hi. Misha's distinctive up and down voice sounds muffled through the door. She bursts in a second later. If I'm gonna do Misha, I have to drink some water. Hee-chan, you're here too. Two? How did you know there was already someone in here? If it opens, someone is inside. Wahaha! Am I interrupting? Shizune shakes her head. Great, that's really great. But I was sure I would be. Is this a break? I thought so too, but it turns out everything student council related is over for now. Is that why you're here? Waha, yeah, that's right, Hee-chan. Sorry to disappoint you. We were just discussing whether or not to order out for dinner. That sounds fun. Shizune isn't being very fun about it, though. She says that she can't order food 2 days in a row. Are you hungry too? Because if you are, we could outvote her. That sounds fun, Hee-chan. And I am a little hungry. I thought you would say it sounds like mutiny. Shizune pinches the frame of her glasses, clearly thinking that it does seem like mutiny, but being outvoted by a clean 2-to-1 margin, there's nothing she can do. Misha already has her phone out. It's awfully garish. Shi-chan, you promised we'd have a student council thing just for us, right? Right. This can be it. Shizune only shakes her head. The last party she will be able to attend as Yamaku's student council president is too special to her to put that label on our spur-of-the-moment early dinner. even though I'm sure the real thing will be just like this, a meal like any other, with the three of us. After we finish eating and clean up, I say goodbye to them and head to my dorm. Although I don't feel particularly tired, I think I'll just go straight to sleep tonight. If I were back home, my mom would nag me not to go to bed right after eating, but what she doesn't know won't hurt her. I take a look at the clock as soon as I get in and realize that it's a lot later than I'd thought. It also feels a bit silly checking the clock when I have a phone and a wristwatch. I take off my watch and hold it in one hand while holding my phone in the other. It makes me feel powerful and stupid. I try unsuccessfully to go to sleep, and I'm glad when someone interrupts me by knocking on my door after only a few minutes. I figure that it couldn't be anyone but Kenji, which is why I'm surprised when it ends up being Misha. Hi, Hee-chan. You don't look happy to see me. No, I'm just kind of surprised. Did Shizune remember something she wants me to do after all? It's late, but whatever. I guess it's a good thing I didn't change. Nope, I just thought I'd follow you back, Hee-chan. For fun? No, of course not. It's because she wants to talk. It must be about something important and something she doesn't want Shizune to know about. Do you want to come in? Yeah, thanks, Hee-chan. She walks in and immediately takes a seat in the chair. The natural thing to do, but I'd expected her to sit on the bed. Hee-chan? Misha frowns harshly, arms folded over her chest. It's like she's trying to play a grim interrogator. All that's missing is the mustache and the dangling, flickering light bulb on a string. Did you make Shi-chan sad? What do you mean? When I went to the office today, Shi-chan couldn't hear me coming. That's why when I opened the door, I saw a really confusing expression on her face. Shi-chan looked happy and sad, and I wanted to know why. It wasn't because of me. I didn't even see it. I think she's depressed that she won't be student council president anymore in a few months. When I asked Shi-chan about it, she said that it was okay. That's meaningless. Shizune would say that, but it's ridiculous to think that she would let it go that easily. I mean, there are times when she'll want to fight me over the last apple or chocolate milk or whatever, and that is stuff that doesn't even matter. Chocolate milk is important. Okay, it is, don't get mad. But not as much as student council is to her. She wouldn't just wave it off so easily. Wahaha, you're right. I thought that this was supposed to be an interrogation, but it appears Misha has already forgotten about it. But I don't want Shi-chan to lie to make me feel better. Chocolate milk is important, this is very true. The scene is important too. Most people wouldn't know how serious Shi-chan is, and think she's just putting on a show. I'm happy that you understand her, Hee-chan. It's obvious, especially with how she talked about it today. Misha leans in closer with interest, resting her head on her palms. Really? What did she say? They are close enough that I don't think much of how she's prying. Why she joined the student council, sort of. She started, but then decided that some stuff should just stay classified, and signed, "It's a secret." So I guess that's what she told me. It's a secret. This is the infamous choice. The last choice of Shizune's route is also the most infamous choice in the game. Well, if someone tells you that they have a secret, you can sort of call that a secret by itself, Hee-chan. Just like how, according to you, luck is a skill. It can be. Wahaha! Be careful, not so loud. Why, Hee-chan? You're gonna wake up half the people in the building, and on top of that, dorms aren't co-ed. Hee-chan, are you thinking something dirty? Stop being weird. If you are, it's okay, I think. Hearing that makes me realize how easy it's been for me to talk to Misha all this time, that I would be able to go this long without feeling the need to be on guard. This is the first time I have. I feel sad, Hee-chan. It's funny, the happier Shi-chan gets, the more depressed I feel. Even though I should be happy for Shi-chan, I still am, but I can't talk about my problems with her. Why not? Just like Shi-chan can't talk about her problems to me. It's the same thing, Hee-chan. If we have that kind of a problem, then I'm not sure anymore what I should do. I wonder if I'm a bad friend? Misha gets up and quickly drops herself on the bed until we're sitting only a few inches apart. Just a couple seconds later, she pushes her head forward and gives me a light kiss. It misses my lips, more due to bad aim on her part than because of me. What are you doing? Well, it's just a formality. I'd be stupid to not know what she's getting at. It's just that it seems so unlikely that I'm hoping there will be some way I won't have to deal with it. Now she decides to be shy, and giggles, embarrassed. Do you like me, Hee-chan? Yeah. Her head is buried in my chest. It feels like she's talking into my scar. She might be able to feel it brushing against her cheek. I tried too hard to hide it from the both of them before. It seems like such a dumb thing to have worried so much about in retrospect. Oh, that's another thing. The scene, the NSFW scene from visiting Shizune's house. She saw the scar. Duh. Please comfort me, Hee-chan. Just for today. This is an infamous choice. It is not a good choice. I said, when we were doing Hanako's route, that she has a bad and a neutral ending. Shizune only has a bad ending. And the way you get that bad ending is by choosing this option. The infamous choice, comfort or don't. I've seen people complain about this choice. Seen them say that using the word comfort is misleading, and I feel like the only way you can find it misleading in this context is if you're absolutely, completely socially inept. It is very clear what is meant in this scenario. And the scene that precedes it is exactly what it is. The bad end for Shizune is a whirlwind of very bad choices that end in a very, very sad, sad ending. We're gonna show that. I'll show that off next episode. That'll be the first thing we look at, actually. But I know one of my friends complained about that a while ago, but given some of the wording in the scene, I gotta agree with you. Yeah, it's... You have to be completely blind to social cues to think that the word comfort means anything innocuous in this situation. It's clear what she's asking for. And if you want to actually... It also kind of ties into people's feelings that there should be a route for Misha. I can't really agree with that. I think Misha not having a root is fine. I think it would make things a bit weirder if she did have a root, and I feel like it would get a little weird. Regardless, we are refusing. You refuse this scene, or refuse at this choice, and you get the good ending. You're on the route to the good ending. Before I can answer, she pushes her whole weight against me, and it unbalances me enough to send us both onto the bed. If I don't answer quickly, then the situation will only become more precarious. I know that I should have never let things get as tangled as they already are. So even though it isn't the most tactful way to refuse, I push her off me. Misha falls backwards onto the sheets, so softly that it seems like she barely fell at all. Eyes closed, she stays like that for a while, before getting up with a hollow laugh. You're right, Hee-chan. I'm sorry. I'm not sure how I feel. Regretfully, slightly, even though I've grown to hate regret. Sad for a multitude of reasons. Most a little angry, both at her and at myself. In a way, it even seems like I'm not really feeling at all. Don't be. No, Hee-chan, it's okay. I am really, really. But just asking was enough for me, I think. I'm happier that you said no. Is that right? Well, that's good. Yeah, it is. Thanks, Hee-chan. She pulls herself up and leans against the wall. I'm assuming she is. My head hurts so much that I don't bother opening my eyes. I lie on my bed, listening to the rustle of my hair brushing against the sheets, and the grass waving in the wind outside. I guess that should say more to reassure her, but I wonder if that would really help. Maybe it would be better to say nothing. I just don't know, although I think that in this situation, there's no one right thing I can do. Good night, Hee-chan. With that, she leaves, the door clicking shut behind her like a guilty whisper. Maybe it's because I'm eager to put today behind me, but after Misha is gone, I find it much easier to fall asleep. I do so almost instantly. Dun, 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 dun. Alright, look ahead. Boom, boom. Yeah, that is probably the most infamous scene in the game, I'd have to say. That choice is infamous, as already said before. It also has interesting implications when you think about, or when you know more about the beta version of the game. And I was thinking maybe I'll pull together some sort of thing to talk about on the last episode, where we talk about the beta and how things changed between the beta version and the version that we got. Because it's a lot. I'll say one thing, this game was a lot darker in the beta. Like, a lot. I'm really glad they didn't go with what they did in there. Like, one example is that originally there was no way to get Hanako's good end without doing Lily's route first. You had to actually go through Lily's route to branch into Hanako's good end. Yeah, I've heard about some changes between the beta and final version. I'm interested to have a full breakdown of the differences. I'll try and get that together, because I'm not even sure of the full extent of the differences. But I definitely want to actually do something like that for the last episode. Alright. The following morning, I wake up thinking that most of my time is going to be spent trying to avoid Shizune and Misha. What happened last evening still makes me feel uneasy. I thought that sleeping on it would help alleviate that feeling. I feel like an idiot for believing it would be that easy. I think about whether or not Misha might feel the same way. If so, she probably won't show up to school today. I'd considered doing the same, but it would be pretty suspicious, and staying inside all day in fear doesn't appeal to me. It never really has. Like I thought, Misha isn't in class this morning. Shizune is, but today is a busier day than most, so she gives her all concentrating on her classwork, and that means there's little idle time for her to start up a conversation with me. I'd grown so used to seeing Shizune and Misha together that I hadn't realized until yesterday how much that hasn't been the case lately. And it's a shame, because the empty seat next to her reminds me that they are a pair. So yesterday is something I'll take to my grave. If I feel this way about it, I wonder how Misha must feel. Just as regretful. When she came on to me, she was more depressed than sexy to start with. I can only imagine how much worse it would be now. Thinking about it like that, I want to see her again. But only half-heartedly. The other half of me is still terrified, even though I hate to use that word. It makes me feel ashamed, but I'm sure it's the only way to describe myself right now. I spend the next couple periods in the library, not in the mood to sit in classes for the rest of the day, but unwilling to walk back to the dorms. While I'm lazily flipping through the pages of an uninteresting historical fiction novel, Shizune drops herself into the chair across from me, pouting. I think it's sort of pointless to come to school and then skip every class. Sorry. At least tell everyone that you're sick. I'm just not feeling it today. Yesterday was fine, though. Tomorrow I'll probably be fine. Taking a sick day in the middle of the week is just too suspicious. That 24-hour flu thing or whatever won't fly. It's not suspicious. It is. I turn back to my book, but Shizune gently pulls it down, in contrast with her expression, which straddles the line between concern and anger. Is something wrong? What? Is something bothering you? Because you're acting a little suspicious today, in a different way. If there is, just tell me, or I'll be mad. I'm not good at reading people. What a ridiculous thing to say after picking up my mood so easily. She is only half kidding, but there is some truth to it. After all, she can't hear tone and has to rely on reading to communicate with others. It's as if you could only ever have conversation with someone through text messages. That has to mess with you in some way. It's probably why she stares so intently at people, in order to gauge their reaction. Or maybe it's why she pushes people so hard, to get them to react. I've thought about it before, but it's too hard to say for sure what Shizune's exact motivations are for anything. So I wonder how much of that was a joke. Sometimes it's easy to tell. This time it isn't. Assuming it wasn't a joke, I can't tell her anyway. Because it's sign language, there is enough time to collect myself and lie effectively. Nothing. I've just been thinking a lot about the student council's future lately. I believe Misha's doing the same, well, in her own way. So am I, but she isn't here today. I wish she would have let me know something, because I need her help later today. Yours too, unless you're busy. I'm not. Thank you. I feel like I'm losing a lot of people close to me lately. Can't think of a good way to respond to that. Something reassuring and confident, telling you not to worry. I'm here for you. I'm not one of those people. Then who is? And it seems so forced. I manage to wave my hand that seems extremely callous as soon as I do it. You shouldn't feel that way. I might be just a little sick, not enough to go through the trouble of making it official. It's just easier for me this way. It's the wrong way. I've heard the hard way and the right way are usually the same thing, so it's not a big stretch to say that the opposite is true. Well, fine. If you say you are alright, that's good enough for me. Wait. You asked me, so I'm turning around. Is everything okay with you? Yes. She signs it without a moment's hesitation. After that, Shizune waits to see if I'm going to follow up on it. I don't, and she leaves. I feel like an idiot for not going further, even though I think it's better that I didn't. I've been in the library for quite a while, and decide to go up to the roof for a change of pace. A fresh breeze hits me the second I open the door. This is really my favorite area of the school, I think. Then I see that I'm not the only one here. I can see a girl with bubblegum pink hair in front of me. Her back is to me, but I don't have to see her face to know who it is. I'm sure Misha is the only person in the world with hair like that. I get the feeling I've stumbled on her in a bad moment. She obviously wants to be alone, and I wonder if she hasn't noticed my presence. If so, I'll leave right now. But she has, and turns to face me. Oh, Hee-chan. I thought someone was behind me, but I didn't think it was going to be you. This time you surprised me. She's referring to her habit of sneaking up behind me and asking me to guess who it is. I've never been surprised by that. I'm surprised too, but this is good. I had something I wanted to talk to you about anyway. Not that. What's going on between you and Shizune? She won't tell me, so I'm asking you. Because you're easier to get an answer out of, since the same sign language that gives me the leeway to lie to her gives her a cushion against my questions, so that she can more easily brush them off. When she hesitates, I push her harder. Give me an honest answer, please. It's complicated, Hee-chan. It's because of something that happened a long time ago. I thought I could just forget about it, but it's been really hard, so that and my graduation coming up made me want to spend more time with Shi-chan. But Shi-chan is always busy now, so we've been fighting. But I'm tired of it now. Because I like Shi-chan. So do I. No, I know you like her, Hee-chan. I mean that I like Shi-chan in the same way. I want her to be my girlfriend. Misha closes her eyes like a condemned criminal confessing the last of their sins in front of the executioner. It only makes it harder for me to think of a response, and I know I have to give one. I see. I never knew. I didn't really want to come to this school, Hee-chan, but it sounded interesting, and even if everyone hated me, at least it felt like they would leave me alone. I was learning sign language, but it wasn't very good at it. Shi-chan was trying to get people to join the student council, because it was the only her and Lily. Then she came up to me. I couldn't understand her at all. But Shi-chan wouldn't use her pen and paper. She knew that I was taking sign language classes. I was exposed quickly, and I didn't know any. That only made her try harder, and I hated Shi-chan, and I thought she was making fun of me. That wasn't the reason, though. So, I slowly fell in love with Shi-chan, and I told her that I loved her. Ah. Misha before her pink hair. It was in the student council room, when it was just the two of us. I had these fantasies of Shi-chan staying alone in the office, trying to put everything together all by herself. It seemed so lonely to me and so sad. I think I wanted it to be that way. That way I could be there for Shi-chan, and maybe Shi-chan would like me. Even though there was no reason for me to believe it, I did anyway. I wanted it to be true, so I was okay with letting myself believe it, even though I think I knew. That day was really, really beautiful too, Hee-chan. We were done with everything, and I was looking out through the window. First the drills, now the pink hair is fake? Tired of the lies, Misha. She's been through some changes. Even through the window, the light was so warm. I wanted to stay like that forever, next to Shi-chan. But then I looked at Shi-chan, and she had her back to the window, and was still working on something, blocking out the rest of the world. The light was on her shoulders, like when I would put a blanket on my shoulders as a little kid. Misha stops for seconds of trying to hold on to the image of Shizune in her mind. Shi-chan looked... It was like... Shi-chan looked in a way that made me want to be with her. But it felt like it would be hard for that to happen. That was a really long time ago. My hair was different back then too. A little messy. I cut it because Shi-chan was always talking about it. Anyway, I told her right then and there. I confessed. I was rejected. So I thought that was it, Hee-chan. But Shi-chan was always trying to find me, and I hated Shi-chan for it. And when I asked her why she was doing it, it was because I was her friend. Her cheeks have a hint of red in them. Wonder how much experience she has had with crying, that she can keep herself from doing it so well. If she didn't pause to wipe her eyes, I might have never noticed. Having Shi-chan say that made me happy, but also sad. Even though she never meant to hurt me, it still hurts, even now. Shi-chan has a way of manipulating people, Hee-chan. Sometimes she wants to, and sometimes she doesn't really, but it happens anyway. And sometimes I'm just not sure exactly which one it is. And I feel doubt. I just wish that Shi-chan liked me instead of you. It made me wonder if I was starting to hate you and Shi-chan. Just a little. I didn't like that. So you were thinking maybe it would be better if I weren't here at all? She looked confused. The thought has never crossed her mind. That's not it, Hee-chan. I thought about it a lot these last few days, and I don't want to hate anyone. You or Shi-chan. It's so stupid that I felt like that, isn't it, Hee-chan? I don't want you to think about that kind of stuff ever again. And missing people and being apart from them, I'm tired of it and don't want to think about it anymore. I already did. So, I'm still really the worst kind of person. I wasn't thinking that it would be better if Hee-chan had never come to this school. I was thinking, wouldn't it be better if I just died? Misha presses herself harder against the fence at her back, as if hoping to slip right through it. Without really thinking about it, I grab her hand. My reflexes are terrible, and I manage to grasp onto a few of her fingers, but it's unimportant. Sorry, it's just that you said something pretty weird just now. Yeah, I guess that's right, Hee-chan. Yep. Do you want to know what I think? Shizune is the type of person who won't let anyone close to her except on her terms. It's frustrating, sometimes it's even infuriating. That probably would have bothered me when I was in the hospital, and anyone who shut me out was dead to me. I'd forgotten all about it until recently. I got a letter and it was all about that. I was mad. I thought, how can you accuse me of closing myself off from everyone and giving up? Isn't that what everyone else did to me? What else am I supposed to do? What can I do? Yeah, even now I know that's how it happened, but she was right too. I did close myself off. So I made up my mind but I'm not going to let that ever be the case ever again. The hospital? Hee-chan, is that what the pills are for? Just listen, please. Shizune is the opposite of how I was. She has always wanted to draw people closer to her. That's the only reason Shizune was interested in me in the first place, I think. And I think I was determined to not let that happen, in a way. Misha casts her eyes downwards, understanding perfectly. I never realized how hard that can be. And now I feel like I'm going to return the favor, even if it takes twice as long. I already learned a second language just to get this far. It wasn't as hard as I thought, but it was definitely hard. Sometimes I felt like I was clawing my way up a mountain with how my hands hurt. And you did the same thing, and it was for the same reason, wasn't it? That's really amazing, which is why it makes me sad and a little angry that you would say a stupid thing like that. That's just what I believe anyway. Her shoulders slump, and Misha almost slides to the floor like she's drained of all energy. You're too dramatic, Hee-chan, she says while looking away, turning her head almost as if she wants to look out at the school grounds, but not turning it enough to do so. The door behind us opens, sound only barely able to be heard over the ambient breeze. I've been looking everywhere for you two. Is this some secret meeting? That was almost Misha's voice. She walks over to us, leaning against the fence next to Misha as she needs to stop and catch her breath, before pushing herself off it and continuing. I'm bored sitting in the student council room every day now without either of you ever coming by. Taking some time off is fine, but this is just too much. Normally Misha and I would be jokingly making excuses for ourselves at this point. This time there's only silence. Shizune, always expecting resistance, is thrown off balance by the lack of it. A few seconds pass in uneasy silence, which Shizune breaks with an ear-shattering snap of her fingers, smiling as if to say, Eureka. Let's go do something together. Like what? Anything. We should go to the student council room first, and then figure it out from there. Seems like a trick to get us to do work instead. Very funny. Misha laughs, managed to let out a restrained wahaha. That Shizune can't see it makes me feel better. It means that it wasn't only for her benefit. I was thinking you both actually could help me with something. What else is there? We can't go out to eat. We already ordered in yesterday, and that was already breaking policy. 3 days in a row would be unforgivable. But that was ordering in, Chi-chan. Going out to eat is different. Yeah, totally different. You're both kidding yourselves. Before I can reply, Shizune grabs my hand, limiting my ability to do so. My options cut down so drastically, I have no choice but to settle for making a face at her instead. She makes one back, before extending her hand to Misha as well. When Misha is reluctant to take it, I walk forward as far as holding onto Shizune at the same time. As far as holding onto Shizune at the same time will allow me, and take her hand myself. Ha ha ha. She only has a second to smile before Shizune starts pulling us impatiently towards the door, bonding us together like a human chain. Although it's dangerous, none of us seem to think of letting go any step of the way through the school, out the doors, and across the grounds. This feels familiar, like we've walked this before. The three of us, hand in hand. Of course, the mood was a lot happier then. I can see the lingering sadness on their faces, and it makes me wonder if anything has really changed. If this is all just a distraction or not. But I think it's just me slipping back into being cynical because of the moment. It's a start. Act 4. To my other self. There it is. Act 3. There it is. All of the scene photos, or act photos. Oh. We still don't have the last song. I know when we'll get it. I don't know why I keep checking it, because I know when it comes up. Look at all those new CGs. See? Easy. I bet you can tell what these two are. That's for later, though. New CG there. I find it interesting that the last CG for the act is at the start of Act 3. Regardless, go look at Shizune's. One right there, and then we've got, what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think 11 scenes. The Misha no CGs, I take it. Yeah. The bad end. The very, very bad end. I want to see, actually. I didn't check. Did not check what the, Okay, no, actually 7 to 8, but there's 11 total, so there's some that come up. Yeah, that's right. So 2 or 3 of them are, Oh, the bad end is going to be so tough to mess around with. We'll probably have to skip. Not skip the bad end, we'll have to skip through and see. Just like, look aside. Look aside is the final act of Route 3, which leads back to grand strategy. Off by one, da-da-da. I think present tense is the bad one. I think it goes present tense to spiral, and then terminal. Terminal is the very last one. Yeah, that's a bit of a longer one to actually get, so. But yeah, that is Act 3 of Miss Shizune Hakamichi. A very nice one that is, the relationship has gotten a lot more complicated. It actually, this Act 3 reminds me a lot of Emmy's Act 3. Emmy has a very interesting act and route, and I can't wait to show it off. Even with the funny joke of lemon lube. Now we have to see where we go from there. Got the one bad end set up. We've got a route to the good end. Oh, I'm probably gonna have to end on the bad end. Oh, that makes me sad. I hate that. I hate ending on the bad end. I might do everything to avoid it. Oh boy, Emmy's route. Hers is my first shot, and man, there were some things. Oh, it's such an emotional route. I love the way it's done. It's told, though. Emmy's such an interesting character. My favorite route, I will be fully straightforward, is Rin's. But Emmy's route is definitely... It hits some places. I very much, I like every route in this game. Let me, go over here, quit out the game. Oh no. Oh, I could barely hear I actually, oops. So wanna jump. Don't need to second monitor on. Sorry, just pulling something else up. All right. Sorry. Distracted. Yeah, that was Act 3. Oh, PGM. That was Act 3 of Miss Shizune Hakamichi. Like I said, I really like this route, even with the infamous scene there towards the end. As for the rest of this week, no stream tomorrow or Friday. Saturday we'll be back with the final act of Shizune's route, which includes the wrap-up overall. Super exciting. And then I'll also announce what the next route we'll be doing is. So, and then on Sunday, more Monster Hunter with Blood Fallen, 2 p.m. CST as usual. Yeah, I don't have much of an outro. I'm hungry, and I'm probably gonna order food because I need more than just whatever I have here. If you enjoyed this stream, I'd greatly appreciate if you left a like, subscribed, hit the bell, know about the next stream. Like I said, 6 p.m. CST Saturday. Please go eat. Yeah, I gotta get some food. Follow me on Twitter for updates on things. I'll still be active on Twitter while I'm not streaming for the next 2 days, so maybe check me out over there. Also, if you subscribe on YouTube, we're closing in on 100 subs. I'm super excited for it. I hope we can get there. I have fun things planned for it, so. But Twitch link is down there for Gorilla Streams. Hasn't happened in a while. Maybe I need to finish off an achievement in Destiny 2 to get a title. I'm pretty close to it. I just have to actually sit down and do it, so that might be a Twitch stream eventually. Got like 2 months, so. One last thing, not exactly... I still can't do it because YouTube is rude, but wonderful, wonderful friend Shiro Tamaya is doing some karaoke right now. She has a beautiful, beautiful voice. Please go and check out her stream. Go and listen to her amazing singing. She is fantastic. Be a little bit discreet, but do drop the Hoshi raid in chat. And with that, I hope you enjoyed your time in the stream. I hope you have a great rest of your morning, afternoon, evening, or night, whatever time of day it is for you. Hope you're safe, and I hope you're well, and I do hope to see you in the next stream. OhaHyou, everyone. Bye-bye.